apologies for keeping you waiting. We had to handle some technical issues, but now we are ready to start. So I'd like to call upon Ms. Letty Tambolaway, Interim Director of African Peace and Security Program and Technical Enforcement Affairs, to give us the first welcoming remarks. Ms. Letty, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rubiat. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon and good evening. All protocols are hereby observed. I would like to welcome all online and face-to-face participants to today's Pre-Tana Hybrid Forum, which is being co-organized by the Tana Secretariat at the Institute for Peace and Security Studies and OXFAM. Today's theme is very interesting, and we've lined up a team of experts, policymakers, and we really are looking forward to discussions and recommendations that will come from the floor. The theme also in line with the Tana Forum theme for this year, which is on managing security threats and building resilience for the Africa that we want. The Tana Forum itself is planned to take place later this year. We'll be able to share with you the actual dates in the coming weeks. Now, both culture and heritage contributes greatly to peaceful communities in many diverse ways in our communities. That's why OXFAM and the Tana Forum Secretariat picked on the theme to be discussed today. And it is vital that we attach great importance to the discussions so that we have sound and diverse recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, the recommendations and outcomes from today's forum will help inform discussions at the main Tana Forum to take place later this year. I would like to recognize and acknowledge the participation of His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adoye, although online, who is the Commissioner of Political Affairs, Peace and Security Commission at the African Union Commission. And I also recognize the participation of the Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Women, Peace and Security, Her Excellency Mrs. Bineta Diop. I'm sure all of you have seen her in the room. Take some time to chat to her whenever you have a chance. I also recognize and appreciate the participation of all our partners who are in the room. Thank you so much for participating today, and those who are online as well. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank OXFAM for working with Tana Forum Secretariat on this particular activity. We're just chatting with Peter on the table now that there's so many opportunities coming up that we'll be able to work together on. And I also want to thank staff from both OXFAM and the Tana Forum Secretariat for working very hard to be able to organize this particular event. I'm sure you can see their efforts in the room. I don't want to take up much time. I know Peter is cribbing as well. So Rubiat, for now I'll hand over to you so that Peter can also come and give his welcome remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Letty, for the welcoming remarks. Peter, I hand over the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rubiat, and thanks, Letty. I think you have said what I needed to say, so I'll save time. But I thought I needed to appreciate as well, to join you, to appreciate all of us who have come, and particularly also the presence of Ambassador Bankole and the Special Envoy, the AU Special Envoy of the course that is important towards bringing peace to our continent. As Letty has said, I'm coming from OXFAM. I just have 3 things to say as a way of enjoining Letty to welcome all of us, as I said, to this dialogue on a topic that I think is important: the dynamic and interface of peace and security with culture and heritage protection. You know, the Secretariat and IPSS and the Tana Forum have gathered us, this wide array of participants, both here and those who are participating virtually, and I'm sure those that will engage with the outcome document that will come from here. I'm quite happy that we also have artists here who are the carriers of culture. We're going to highlight how culture and heritage can be an agent for peaceful society, peaceful Africa. Sadly, history is replete with many examples of how culture and heritage has been manipulated to divide rather than unite people. If you look at most conflicts in the world over the centuries, if you look at aspects like colonization, slave trade, even genocide, and even ongoing conflicts we see today, whether it is Ukraine or in the Middle East or the Sahel or the Horn of Africa, or the Sahel, as I said, culture has been used quite often as the excuse. Good multiculturalism and celebration of cultural diversity must breed more peace, not the other way around. When I studied peace and conflict studies somewhere in Austria many years, my professor, Johann Galtung, kept on reminding us that what defines a people are three things. One is food culture, two is language, and the other is music. And as I said, it's great that we have people who celebrate music here. On behalf of OXFAM and all the co-conveners, we are grateful for the partnerships we have with the Tana Forum Secretariat, with IPSS. We have missed the Tana Forum for some time now, and it is good, Letty, that you are indicating that there must be possibilities for that later this year, so that we generate knowledge from diverse stakeholders such as we have here, and participating virtually, as I said, to communicate, to discuss, is often a catalyst for peace. So it's good that we have opportunities to have these discussions. We look forward as Oxfam and remain committed to work with all of us so that our culture and heritage as a people, as a continent, and its diversity becomes the agency for peace, happiness, and dignity of people. I really don't want to say more than that, just to welcome all of us once again, and to hope and wish that throughout this day, this morning, this afternoon, we actually work towards an outcome document that can reinforce that agency for peace, so that culture becomes a force for good, not a force for bad. I thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have a keynote address from His Excellency Commissioner Ambassador Bankole Adoye, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security at African Union Commission. He's online. Commissioner, you have the floor. Thank you.
First of all, thank the organizers of this event for the opportunity to address you on the impact of peace and security on culture and heritage protection on the continent. I'm very pleased to join you in the effort to continue to promote good governance and peace and security in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that the 33rd session of the Assembly of February 2020 declared 2021 as the AU Year of the Arts, Culture and Heritage. This, of course, is in line with Aspiration 5 of Agenda 23, which speaks to an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. It is therefore appropriate that though the impact of COVID-19 pandemic affected the convening of this Tana Forum in particular, I want to assure you that this subject remains very, very dear to our hearts in the Commission. And on behalf of the chairperson of the Commission, I really want to emphasize the importance of culture to the integration of societies, socioeconomic development, and indeed poverty alleviation. The AU has continued to work on major development blueprints that relate to the African culture, the essence of Africanism, Pan-Africanism in particular, through from the days of the Lagos Plan of Action. It is important to also draw attention to the Cultural Charter for Africa that was adopted under the OAU in 1978. And other agencies and bodies and regional economic communities, including UNESCO, our own UN, continue to work in promoting the essence of culture. It is important further to note that this multi-stakeholder engagement will continue to emphasize that no community, no people, no continent can survive without building resilience that is anchored on governance, the development trajectory based on a rich cultural heritage and civilization. It is for Africa, and I will give you 4 or 5 points why culture is of ultra importance to the Africa we want. Let me take that again. I think there was an interruption. First, the point I'm trying to make is that why do we have the essence of cultural heritage and civilization built on the African narrative? The first is that our continent, despite serving as a cradle of civilization, and it has always been said that man is a gift from Africa to the world. So the cradle of civilization and cultures of the world, we have also undergone a traumatic experience of cultural heritage assault. While managing to reasonably survive from the days of slavery to colonialism and imperialism, we will continue to recalibrate the African culture, arts, and heritage as pathway to development. Second, as a continent with daunting challenges in social cohesion, in continental integration and modernization, insecurity and institutional capacity weaknesses continue to disrupt our march towards stronger cultural harmony and traditional knowledge systems. We have to use all this to be able to build resilience, sustainability, and of course, human security. The third point is that we cannot effectively promote and protect cultural heritage in situations of insecurity, instability, insurrection, terrorism, or violent extremism. Conflicts on the continent and elsewhere in the world are destroying heritage sites, including some of them already identified by UNESCO. It is important that as Africa builds the Great Museum, it is important that we focus on protecting our heritage sites and monuments. Many have been destroyed, vandalized, or desecrated in conflicts in Libya, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Somalia, or recently in Mali. These precious items bequeathed to us by our forebears have been destroyed due to internal and cross-border conflicts. Those responsible, those perpetrators must be brought to book, because by force they attempt to obliterate our cultural identity and common heritage. Our history will not be subject to the history of violence. It is now well known that the destruction of these heritage sites has become part of the arsenal of terrorists and armed groups that crisscross our dear continent. Point 4, there's ample evidence indicating that organized criminal groups are also increasingly involved in trafficking in our common cultural property and heritage. They use both illegitimate markets and sometimes legitimate auction forums and the internet to carry out this underground illicit trade. Trafficking in cultural property is also becoming a source for the laundering of the proceeds of crime, and has recently been identified as a source of possible funding for terrorist groups. Point 5, the process of the recovery of our cultural assets since independence has not been an easy one. Former colonial masters must know that the cultural identity and heritage of Africans remain dear to our hearts. According to an independent report in 2018, it is said that up to 90% of Africa's material cultural legacy is outside the continent, mainly concentrated in Europe, including Belgium, Germany, France, United Kingdom, and Austria. We use this forum to call on our partners, now development partners, to return these assets without conditions. And I need to welcome a number of European partners that have done so recently to Benin and to Nigeria. It is important that the museums should not refuse, externally based, should not refuse to return these monuments based on the excuse that they have better capacity to conserve them. The conservation of our material cultural legacy is natural in their natural abode. A number of efforts at the global level, particularly in the UN, to address the challenges of protection of cultural heritage sites and leveraging same to promote diversity management, tolerance, peace, will continue. We must build a culture of peace, and we welcome the efforts made by the governments and people of Angola, as well as UNESCO in the Luanda Biennial, which we have adopted as a regular forum to promote the culture of peace, knowing fully well that the UN General Assembly 1999 Declaration and Program of Action on Culture of Peace support such initiatives. We also note the UN Security Council Resolution 2021-99 of 2015, highlighting the link between the looting and smuggling of cultural heritage items with terrorism financing, as well as legally binding measures to combat illicit trade in antiquities and other cultural objects. Also of reference is that in 2011, the International Criminal Court also established a trial on the destruction of holy sites in Timbuktu Mali as war crimes in line with Article 8 of the ICC statute. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so what has Africa done? Or what is Africa doing? The African Union is working closely, meaningfully with the regional economic communities to continue to advocate for the signing, ratification, and domestication of the 1954 Hague Convention on safeguarding and respecting cultural heritage. The AU is also protecting and promoting the restitution of illegally trafficked and stolen cultural goods from the continent, and has proposed that the Great Museum of Africa, which will be launched in 2023, will be the central hub and the lead negotiator for the return of valuable assets, cultural assets, to the respective African countries. The AU has also continued to call on member states to prioritize the protection of heritage sites in times of war and in times of peace, and for the increase in international crime prevention and criminal justice response. In this regard, we encourage information sharing between law enforcement agencies, intelligence and information sharing bodies, harmonization of laws to protect the investment in research and documentation of sites at national and regional level. It is also necessary that our peacekeepers, our peace support operation outfits should be trained better in the protection of cultural sites during conflicts. In the area of peace building, the Peace and Security Department, Political Affairs Peace and Security Department, has started programming to leverage arts and culture, especially audiovisual industry, to respond better to the imperatives of the AU flagship project on silencing the guns. We will continue with that seminar, with the outcomes of the seminar held in Accra. We shall also continue to advocate for stronger partnerships with the international bodies, especially UNESCO and ICRC, towards establishing a strong foundation for heritage protection on our continent. We must leverage the tools we have for peace building, for social cohesion, and sustainable development to make that this theme of promoting and protecting culture and arts will be of importance. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, that once again, the Tana Forum Secretariat and IPSS and OXFAM for bringing to the fore the linkages between peace, security, and cultural heritage. This conversation must continue, must be sustained, because for us, a coordinated approach will lead us to better protection of our shared cultural values and heritage. We must build on the rich tapestry of diversity and complementarity. Our diversity is not a threat, but rather a global asset for the Africa we want to build. I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you successful deliberations.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your keynote address and for being here with us online. It's an honor to have you. Before we move on to the first session, I know it's not in the agenda, but we have a small surprise for you. We have a young Chadian activist who's flown all the way here to join us. Her name is Epiphany Nojukwa. She's also known as Fanny's Door. She defends women's rights and warns about the restriction of civic space. Epiphany wants to free the voice of women. She's critical of the government and justice in general in her country. She would like to do a small poem for us, so I would like to kindly invite you to the floor, Epiphany.
Les violences faites sur les femmes. Cette histoire Cette histoire, je ne l'ai racontée à personne, même pas à mon ombre. Ce traumatisme, je l'ai caché au tréfonds des abîmes de ma déchéance. J'ai voulu faire un trait sur ce soleil noir, mais le corps n'oublie pas ce que le temps essaye en vain d'effacer. J'ai voulu faire taire ces cicatrices qui m'ont tant rappelé à quel point j'ai été brimé, brisé et égorgé vif. J'ai voulu mettre une croix sur cette blessure du passé, mais trop présente. Hier, c'était juste mon histoire. Aujourd'hui, elle devient l'histoire de Darina, de Rukaya et de Khadija. Je m'endors dans mes cauchemars. J'ai passé ma nuit dans la geôle éternelle. Ils m'ont offert le sang de mes sœurs pour abréver mes peurs. Et je suis dans l'obligation de boire. À ce temps précis, je suis en Orient. Je suis à l'est du Tchad, près du Darfour, parmi les calaches et les machettes. Je suis le tambour de la guerre, l'Amazone dans ce cercle noir, ce gouffre de la désolation. Je ferme les yeux sur le mal. Le mal me ronge, mais je n'ai plus mal. Ma vie, nos vies, qu'ils prennent dans la haine, ces vies des innocentes qui reprendront aussi dans la haine. Nous sommes nombreuses dans ces puits, dans lesquels nous finissons après l'usage abject de ces bêtes, de ces hommes qui, dans le silence, nous tuent et nous hantent. L'impunité est leur couronne, pendant que des innocentes sont enterrées. Comment prétendre protéger quelqu'un que l'on mucelle? Comment violer les filles sans défense de 3 ans et se pavaner en soutane? Ce matin, j'ouvre le livre et je signe de mon sang. Si un jour la vie me le permet, avec ma chatte, je vous pisserai au visage. Oui. Si un jour la vie me le permet, avec mon vagin, je vous pisserai au visage. Féminicide incroyable. Tu parles d'honneur, mais tu feras de moi soi-disant pas honneur. Mais qu'est-ce que tu veux enfin? Qu'elle ne naisse plus? Toute chose a une fin. Violeur, ta fin est certaine. Que l'Afrique se lève et écoute les cris de ces filles, car leurs fantômes danseront imbibés du sang de leurs bourreaux, comme les initiés endus du Kaolin au sud de chez nous. Que tout ça cesse. Sinon, nous reprendrons nos haches et nos machettes contre ces lâches. Et surtout, mais surtout, que ce monde ne nous blâme pas le jour de notre revanche victorieuse. Oui, que ce monde ne nous blâme pas le jour de notre revanche victorieuse. Slam.
Epiphany, thank you so much for the poem. Now we will move on to the first session on the impact of peace and security on culture and heritage protection in Africa. The moderator will be Mr. Brian Kagoro, Director in Justice and Intersectionality at Open Society Foundations. Allow me to share with you his short bio as the speakers take the floor. Brian Kagoro is the Global Director of Justice and Intersectionality of the Open Society Foundations, a global philanthropy organization that, amongst other things, supports civil society groups around the world to advance democratic values and freedoms, justice, education, public health, and independent media. Prior, Brian served as the Program Support Division Director of the African Regional Office of OXFAM and as Founding Executive Director of Uhai Africa Limited, a Pan-African consulting firm. Kagoro is a constitutional and international economic relations lawyer and has worked in justice, governance, and development at the regional, national, and international levels for over 25 years. He has extensive leadership, policy research, and advocacy experience and expertise in African development and governance. He also served as board chairperson for Atrocities Watch Africa and Greenpeace Africa, respectively. He serves as a mentor on the Africa Leadership Center Mentoring Program and Advisory Council member, Africa Dignity Index Advisory Council. He's also a member of Coalition of Dialogue in Africa, Independent Task Team on Equitable and Universal Access to Vaccines and Vaccination in Africa. Kagoro holds a Bachelor of Laws, LLB from the University of Zimbabwe, and a Master of Laws in International Economic Relations and Constitutional Law from the University of Warwick. He was a Yale World Fellow in 2003 and a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader in 2005. Kagoro was appointed Professor of Practice, School of Law at SOAS University, UK in October 2021. Brian, are you with us? He's joining us online.
I'm here. I fear that the introduction makes me sound like a dead person, but I will thank you, Rubiat. Allow me to acknowledge the organizers, and in particular, His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, AU PAPS. Our host today, Ms. Letty Tembo Longwe, who's the Acting Director, African Peace and Security Program and head of the Tana Forum Secretariat, and Mr. Peter Kamaligin, my brother, and director of the Pan-African director of the OXFAM International. I have an impressive panel this morning, but we're going to have to keep a tight ship. Let me lay the rules before I introduce the panel. I have a panel of 4, and we've got exactly 55 minutes to talk, 30 minutes to discuss and conclude. So each speaker will take about 9 minutes, and I will expect that the speakers I know that they have a lot more to say. Each would have required about 30 minutes, but we only have 9 minutes for today. I'll give them 2 minutes towards the end to do a wrap up. But for purposes of online discipline, this first panel is made up of a diverse but exciting group of Africans, Pan-Africanists. I have Dr. Ezra Abate Imam, who's the Dean Performing and Visual Arts at Addis Ababa University. He served as a member of the Ethiopian Reconciliation Commission and chairperson of Conflict Resolution Standing Committee since September 2020. And he will be focusing on the place of culture, heritage, and heritage protection under international and regional frameworks. And then the second speaker, who is in the room in Addis, is at least well known to me. And so Malika Laslamazon, that's her name that's popularly known. Her full names, for those that are interested in, is Rakizatu Malika Ouattara. Malika is a phenomenon. She's from Burkina Faso, an artist and entrepreneur who uses talent to help marginalized people. Having been inspired by Salif Keita, she's been helping people living with albinism. Malika has done phenomenal things, including in the music industry, mixing slam and hip hop with other genres of music such as jazz, R&B, and Afropop. She is both a creative phenomenon as well as an entrepreneurial phenomenon. She runs her own development agency. Malika will look at factors contributing to the neglect of arts, culture, and heritage as drivers of socio-economic transformation, and we'll look at the narratives that have dominated how we talk about arts and culture since colonization. And then we're joined by my brother, Bruce Mukaya. Bruce is the head of the ICRC delegation and permanent representative to the African Union and international organizations. Bruce brings over 20 years experience in the humanitarian sector, and he has worked on a wide range of things. So from migration to internal displacement to protection of civilian populations to compliance by AU and member states with international humanitarian law, and served as a head of mission delegate and from Zimbabwe, Uganda, South Africa, DRC, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Pakistan, and Eritrea. So Bruce is an authority when it comes to difficult contexts, but also, but Bruce will look at the concept and nature of peace and security's contribution to culture and heritage protection. He will also look at the effect of conflict on culture and heritage protection, amongst other things. My last speaker, who also joins me online, is Dr. Chimbima David Piri, a brother. David is one of those people that if you think about David, you think about food sovereignty and food security. David is the FAO sub-regional coordinator for Eastern Africa and the FAO representative to the African Union and UNECA. He's been FAO rep to Zimbabwe, Swaziland, and Botswana. Having been with the organization for a long time, he's an economist by training and served for a long time in the cabinet of the FAO Director General for, like, I think 1998 to 2008, if I'm not wrong, David. And also served as the focal person of the FAO in its support to the African Union and NEPA. So David will look at the nexus of peace and security with African cultures and traditions relating to food preservation, protection, and preparation. Colleagues, the reason why we are having this session is to identify the key issues, identify very specific policy and programmatic solutions. So as we enter this discussion, it's not only about giving some of the most brilliant exposés, but it's we've brought experts that will give us some solutions on how we go about it. I'll just say one or two small things, which is historically, when one thinks about culture, three things come to mind. Number one, it is the white or European gaze, that for most African arts, culture, and heritage, they were treated as are most African things, that nothing was worth knowing until a European or an American had said it was worth knowing. And in effect, arts, culture, and heritage were treated as entertainment, not as an integrative part of our knowledge systems, integrative part of our governance system and social mediation system. The second is that as a result, culture has often been instrumentalized for good. Those who fought for liberation used culture in order to keep morale, to inspire, to inform, to pass message. So you will see in the traditions in places like South Africa, Miriam Makeba, Yuma Sekela, and you will see the same in West Africa. You'll see that amongst the Mau Mau, the Maji, and you'll see that in the Horn of Africa. The integral part of culture, not just music, but other forms of culture. And of course, Peter talked about the negative instrumentalization. The last thing that I want to say is that arts, culture, and heritage is not simply about our knowledge. It's not simply about our being. It's also about our imagination. So as the speakers go through this, arts, culture, and heritage speak both to our past, our present, but also our imagined futures. That's why it's not just about music and dance, it's also about our film, it's also about our writing, it's also about our carvings, it's about many other things. But the speakers will walk us through this. I'll start with my first speaker, Dr. Ezra Bate-Ikam, and I'll ask that since I'm not, Rabiat will help me with timing you. I've taken 1 minute from you, so you will have 9 minutes, but I will give you back a minute afterwards. Over to you. I will not come back to introduce Malika. Malika, as soon as the doctor finishes, I'll ask that you take the floor. You also have 9 minutes. and then I'll come back just before the colleagues who are joining page. Thank you so much, Dr. Ezra. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You will give me 1 more minute. Thank you so much. I have given special assignment to do the basic principles and meanings of culture and cultural heritage. I don't know within 9 minutes how I will go about it. It's very hard, but I'll try to do it. As you heard, our moderator is very serious, and I will try to finish it within 9 minutes. So what's culture? How do we define culture normally? There are 3 current uses of term culture. People are defined. 1, to refer to the intellectual, spiritual, and aesthetic development of an individual, group, or a society, or to capture a range of intellectual and artistic activities and their products. It could be music, art, film, theater. And number 3, to designate the entire way of life activities, beliefs, and customs of a people, group, or a society. Normally, there are 3 core issues in culture when you are defining culture. In a culture, there is a content, action, and social implication. Similar kinds of things, similar kinds of contents and action could be meant different kinds of meanings to different societies. So culture can be defined as a shared patterns of behaviors and interactions, cognitive construct and understandings that are learned by socialization. So you need to socialize to understand the culture. Simply, it is defined as a lifestyle and way of life to a certain society or a group of people. So there are other notions of culture and heritage are individually susceptible to various interpretations that are made no easier by amalgamation. The terminological difficulties of surrounding the use of the term culture as a qualifier are extensive, and as an all-embarrassing term applies to every aspect of contemporary society. So in a sense, culture is society, its value, beliefs, and ideologies as expressed both in its language, practice, and objectives, while the term heritage denotes that which is received from predecessors. It has been described as nomadic, elastic terms that attach easily by anything considered cultural and does little to narrow the scope of the term cultural heritage. As such, attempts described to cultural heritage tend to use general terms understood intuitively as reflecting the culture which is inherited from the past. There are plenty of people define the culture and cultural heritage. Proth and Keff, for example, described cultural heritage as consisting of manifestation of human life, which represents a particular view of life and witness the history and validity of the view. So, in recent years, cultural heritage and cultural expression have increasingly become the direct target of systemic and deliberate attack in numerous conflicts around the world. Culture is particularly vulnerable to collateral damage, looting, and international destruction, which is often paired with harassment of individuals based on their cultural, ethnic, and religious affiliation, the violation of their cultural rights, and the denial of other identities. Because of the strong connection between culture and people identities, the intentional destruction and misproportion of cultural heritage and the violation of cultural rights are aggravating factors in armed conflict and represent major obstacles to dialogue, peace, and reconciliation. So, in parallel, a growing number of natural disasters causing serious damage, heritage, and disrupting cultural sectors. It's not only conflict, but natural disasters also damaging heritage. In some regions, disasters are also exacerbated by impact of climate changes, particularly in the case of extreme meteorological events. So, thanks to the leadership and advocacy effort of UNESCO, we witness a new awareness to respond to this unprecedented challenges by integrating culture in the framework of humanitarian, security, peacekeeping, and human rights policies and operations. And also, the process of developing, AU also developing a model law on protecting cultural property and heritage was undertaken from 2015 to 2018. So this model was drafted by African Union collaboration with working group of the development of African Union model law on the protection of cultural property and heritage, which was composed of culture and legal experts, historians, anthropologists, and members of parliament. There are gaps on protecting African cultural properties and heritage. Some of the gaps: lack of robust law protecting African cultural property and heritage in AU member states, which may, of them, not adequately resourced to create robust law to handle the dynamic illicit trade of cultural goods. Weak frameworks, particularly the non-ratification and demonstration of the various conventions regarding cultural property and heritage. Slow pace ratification of AU member states on UNESCO 1970 and UN 1995 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Goods, illicit trafficking. Lack of legal follow-up on case of illicit procurement of cultural goods. Strengthening and undergrading of legislation, benchmarking model of legislations. Governance and legislations of AU member states, fast-tracking process, ratification of demonstration and implementation of 1970 Convention on illicit trafficking, conjunction with the UN 1995 Convention. This includes underpinning by African Agenda 2063 as its main framework. Vested ownership of cultural property in the state of authorized person only, provides for establishment of competent national authority for protection of cultural property and heritage. So, provisions of protecting undiscovered cultural property, including underwater heritage, establishing national databases, and promotes integration of heritage education into national curriculum, translation of materials on cultural property and heritage of African languages, licensing and regulation of import and export of cultural property and heritage. Cultural heritage, therefore, reflects values and intuitively gives rise of notions of significance reflected both in tangible and intangible manifestation of culture. So the manifestation of cultural heritage includes almost anything man-made given value by man. Movable cultural heritage could be include almost any objects of some cultural significance, from artistic masterpieces to traces of ancient daily utensils. As mobile places and sites, it might include archaeological sites which evidences fossils, prehistoric caves, rock paintings, ancient sites, ancient buildings, gardens, and monuments. Yet cultural heritage may also be embodied in the intangible as well as in the tangible cultural heritage, in both the music of the people and the instruments on which it is played, and in the landscape and the people's beliefs in that landscape and their oral traditions. Cultural heritage, so, is a value in a sense that it is neither the object nor the practice itself, which is of some importance of the people, but the importance itself. It is embodied in the object of landscape and dance, or all three combinations. It is this which legal regimes aim to protect. Until the value of the past fully recognized and actively pursued by those of the heritage management and the political realms, efforts to balance the investigation, conservation, and protection and preservation of the past, where the present will continue to be overshadowed by those whose loud pocketbooks. This is a very hard thing. And cultural objects embody the preserved information. In many cases, these physical objects are the only means by which we can reconstruct the past. So what is protection? How do we protect this thing? What does it mean, protection? The term protection is a motive of the subjective, referring as it does to process of ensuring the value of embedded in the cultural heritage is assured recognition and treated accordingly. Most of the value embedded in cultural heritage will be served by the physical preservation. This would appear to be axiomatic. Measures for ensuring this may fall within the term of protection. So the expressive value of the cultural heritage in both the aesthetic sense and its ability to invoke particular emotion can only be realized if it is visible and accessible to a group, community, nation, or to the public at large. So generally, the notion of cultural heritage and the value attributed to cultural heritage, the expressive value of cultural heritage, and preservation of archaeological historical evidence, economic value, and to whom this cultural heritage value, just a minute. And the group, community, nation, humankind, the meaning of protection are very important in the physical protection, protection of situ, protection of visibility and accessibility, retention of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Malika.
Hello. Hi, everybody. So, my name is Malika, coming from Burkina Faso. I'm an artist and president of the foundation, Slamazon Foundation. And I will oblige you to take your traducteur because I will do it in French. Alors, merci beaucoup. Merci pour la parole. Il faut le dire que nous, les artistes, nous rencontrons plusieurs difficultés, bien sûr, parce que il y a plusieurs facteurs contribuant à la négligence des arts, de la culture et du patrimoine, depuis que le continent africain, en tout cas, a connu le colonialisme. Nous sommes unanimes pour dire que l'art et la culture sont aujourd'hui des leviers de développement. Et toutes les études appuient l'idée selon laquelle, en tout cas, le développement de l'Afrique passe obligatoirement par l'art, la culture, parce que non seulement c'est un moyen d'expression, mais aussi et surtout parce que c'est un moteur de croissance économique. Toutefois, les arts et la culture sont restés pendant longtemps marginalisés, et ceci peut être expliqué par trois facteurs. Le premier facteur que nous notons en tout cas, ce sont les séquelles de la colonisation. Il faut noter que la colonisation a été un facteur dévastateur de la culture africaine et les sociétés africaines se sont vues vidées, je dis bien vidées d'elles-mêmes. Au nom de l'égocentrisme de l'Europe, on a exclu l'Afrique de la civilisation moderne, de la civilisation universelle. Et les États africains qui sortaient de la colonisation se sont remis difficilement, non seulement humainement, mais aussi culturellement. Cette situation a créé un complexe chez l'Africain des temps contemporains, plus porté sur la culture étrangère au détriment des cultures endogènes. Alors, en tant qu'artiste, je pense que je vois des exemples concrets tous les jours. Aujourd'hui, nos peuples africains, en tout cas, sont beaucoup plus portés sur la culture européenne, parce que nous avons été colonisés par eux. Et après, c'est difficile pour nous-mêmes de retrouver cette identité culturelle-là. Le deuxième facteur que j'aimerais en tout cas relever, c'est l'acculturation des masses. Il faut le dire, je suis peut-être de cette jeune génération-là qu'on appelle des déracinés. Malheureusement, parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons cette nouvelle génération-là qui apprend beaucoup de l'Occident à l'école, qui apprend beaucoup de l'Occident par les médias et qui oublie vraiment d'où on vient. Moi, je suis burkinabé, je suis dioula. C'est difficile pour moi de parler ma langue aujourd'hui, c'est difficile pour moi de connaître ma danse, c'est difficile pour moi d'apprendre tout ça dans un contexte où beaucoup sont beaucoup plus tirés vers l'Occident. Et bien sûr, le troisième facteur, le manque de volonté politique. Je le dis et j'assume mes mots. Malheureusement, au Burkina Faso, le budget alloué au ministère de la Culture et des Arts dans beaucoup de pays est très limité pour la mise en œuvre des politiques nationales de la culture. Le secteur culturel et artistique est le parent pauvre. Selon les chiffres officiels, le budget du ministère de la Culture, des Arts et du Tourisme, chez nous, est de 0,34% du budget national. J'ai envie de dire, qu'est-ce que vous voulez qu'on fasse avec ça? Le secteur culturel et artistique reste un secteur non prioritaire. Et comme l'a dit notre ministre de la Culture, quand les priorités s'entrechoquent, la culture est reléguée au second plan. Malheureusement, voici le monde dans lequel nous vivons aujourd'hui. Alors qu'il y a des cas concrets aujourd'hui, et son Excellence l'a dit, nous continuons à survivre après la colonisation. Nous survivons parce que la culture que nous essayons de montrer, aussi bien dans son contenu que dans son contenant aujourd'hui, est difficile à adopter par les gens de chez nous. J'aime à le dire, hein, je viens récemment d'un concert en Autriche où derrière moi, vraiment, il y avait beaucoup de djembé, de balafon, de tout ce que vous voulez de traditionnel, parce que moi, je viens de l'Ouest. Et j'ai presté dans une des villes les plus racistes de l'Autriche. C'était très difficile au départ, j'avais beaucoup d'appréhension et je me suis demandé, mais comment ça va se passer? Mais à la fin, toute la salle a crié « Burkina, Burkina, Burkina ». Et ça, j'aime à le dire, l'art est le meilleur moyen pour faire connaître un pays. C'est peut-être à cause du basin que Madame porte qu'on sait d'où elle vient. Je vois Madame Diop. Et par son basin, je sais qu'elle vient du Sénégal. Je vois telle personne porter le voile, qui est très jolie d'ailleurs. Et par là, j'identifie d'où elle vient. Et c'est cette, j'ai envie de dire, c'est cette différence-là qui doit donner quelque chose de beau. L'art est un moyen de développement. L'art est un moyen de montrer les potentiels de l'Afrique. Et l'art est un moyen de se faire connaître. Malheureusement, aujourd'hui, nous avons quelques problèmes également à exprimer cette culture-là dans une société de paix. Vous êtes témoin de toute l'insécurité qu'il y a. Vous avez même été témoin de la grande maladie du siècle, du corona, qui a bien sûr empêché les artistes de s'exprimer sur beaucoup de points. Mais j'aime à le dire, pour quelqu'un, excusez-moi du terme, au-delà de me vanter, moi, Malika Laslamazone, qui me retrouve avec 1 million de followers sur Facebook, des centaines de mille de followers sur Instagram ou Twitter, lorsque je pose un acte de violence, désolé de vous dire que les followers vont également prendre exemple sur moi. Pas parce que je suis la plus intelligente, mais parce que je suis la plus vue en termes de culture. Et nous, les artistes, il nous appartient de véhiculer des messages de paix. Il nous appartient de véhiculer, de montrer le contenu de nos cultures qui, malheureusement, tendent à être effacées. Il nous appartient à nous de rééduquer la population, de rééduquer l'Afrique sur nos valeurs à nous. C'est important. Et Monsieur le présentateur l'a dit, je suis également présidente d'une fondation où j'aide beaucoup les albinos. Mais ça, ce n'est pas parce que j'ai beaucoup d'argent ou non, c'est juste à cause de l'image que j'ai. J'ai pris une photo avec un albinos et aujourd'hui, au Burkina Faso, les albinos ont été adoptés. Parce que j'aime à le dire, l'artiste change les mentalités. La culture développe un pays. On est unanime là-dessus et je pense que les politiques, en tout cas, ont intérêt à investir beaucoup plus sur la culture. Et Malheureusement, nous les artistes, je ne sais pas si c'est le cas dans les autres pays également, nous les artistes au Burkina Faso, nous avons l'impression d'être délaissés. Et pourtant, tout ce que nous faisons, nous nous battons pour le pays, nous nous battons pour en tout cas un développement culturel. Et voilà, nous continuons à survivre après la colonisation. Et j'ai envie de dire comme phrase de fin, la diversité n'est pas une menace. La diversité, c'est pour un développement africain. Merci à vous de nous avoir écoutés.
I think that Malika, I should make you president of Africa.
Avec plaisir.
Right on time and set an example.
J'ai envie de dire que c'est parce que je suis une femme.
You set an example for two men that are going to follow. Yeah, thank you so much. I've already introduced Mr. Bruce Mokaya. Bruce, please go ahead. 9 minutes.
Very well. Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you what our experience is as an organization that is in the front line. As you know, the ICRC works in conflict settings, and it is here that we really see the impact of conflict on cultural property and heritage. It is, and therefore, why should we worry about the issue of the impact of conflict on cultural property and heritage? It's because the effects of war, they go beyond what we see in the immediate in terms of, destroyed buildings or displaced persons. It really goes and affects generations in a much more fundamental way. While it's clear that monuments, antiquities transcend human generations and represent our collective identity and heritage, when it comes to an attack on those artifacts, then it's really an attack on the future generations. That is why, as many of my panelists have said, an attack on cultural property and heritage can amount to a war crime. Now, what we witnessed, and I think it was the poem that was read really captured the essence of what we see as the impact of conflict on cultural property and heritage. Because, of course, what we see is that when war happens, people get displaced. People become refugees. And as they leave their home states, basically what happens is that if they're lucky, they may go with some of the objects. But in the first instance, it's not really, it's to save their lives. So people flee, and as they flee, they leave behind a number of their important memoirs and artifacts. And I think that is an important point to underline. Number two, we have also witnessed how culture of people becomes itself an attack. A war is waged because of people's identity or people's political inclination. And by extension, therefore, as the war progresses, you start to see that the war is fought on the basis of a cultural identity or a political opinion of a particular people. And that has a huge impact when it comes to the future generations. I have seen situations in the countries and parts of the world where I've served, where a particular language starts to be negated. In other words, due to certain practices, you start to realize that one cannot speak a particular language because of the manner in which it is interpreted, or certain words start to change, or certain towns or cities get renamed because of, the war that has happened, and therefore we start to rewrite history simply because of a particular incident. So those are what we see as some of the dynamics when it comes to war situations. I think Peter spoke about the three elements of culture: food, culture, language, and music. And we see that these are also the three elements that suffer almost immediately when war breaks out, because of course people then are not able to not only cultivate their traditional and eat their traditional foods because they are either displaced or moved. They're not able to speak their language. They're not able to play their music. They are then therefore forced to adapt to the new settings and the environments in which they. If I look at what the law says, and I don't want to go into legal presentation now, but I think most of my colleagues have spoken about the 1954 Hague Convention, which is really the cornerstone of the protection of the cultural property and heritage. And when you look at the principle and the spirit of the 1954 Hague Convention, it really says that a damage or attack of cultural property of any people is an attack to the cultural heritage of all mankind. That is an important expression there in terms of the spirit and the principle of the cultural, meaning that the cultural property of a people, wherever they are, is a heritage of all humanity, and therefore that is why it's important that all efforts are made for the protection of cultural property of any one people, because it is important for humanity. When it comes to international humanitarian law, international humanitarian law considers cultural property as part of civilian objects, and therefore prohibited from any attack or pillage or destruction. So there is an obligation when it comes to international law for the parties to the conflict to ensure that cultural property is protected. So there are obligations both for state actors and non-state armed groups to ensure that cultural property and heritage is protected at all times. That's why the Malian case is very seminal, because it clearly shows that any attack on cultural property can amount to a war crime. So there are obligations, and I think it's important now going into sort of looking forward. I think Commissioner Bankole and other speakers spoke about the creation of awareness, but I want to concentrate on two areas. One is on the teaching of the law to the armed forces, security forces, to ensure that is integrated in their doctrine, and in particular, the call that we are making to the AU Peace and Security Council is to issue a kind of instruction, or at least to integrate that into the mission instructions for the AU Peace and missions, the protection of cultural property and heritage as part of the mandate. So that is an important point that I thought it's important to underline. The teaching and awareness creation, not just in schools, but also among the wider public, is an important point in terms of cultural artifacts, but also our collective responsibility to protect cultural sites. Ratification has been spoken about, and I think it's important to do that. But what is more important also is, I think, to create this relationship between civil and military systems to ensure that at the country level, when it comes to penal sanctions against any violations, that is implemented, because that is an important point. I want to end there. I want to end there, but really to echo that the AU theme of the year last year gave us a very good basis upon which to continue to engage, not only with the African Union, but also the African member states, the peace support missions when it comes to the protection of cultural property and heritage. But also, I invite you also, we will be sharing with you the report of the seminar that we held last year in the basis of the theme of the year, which came up with a number of recommendations that are important for our participants to go through, broken into recommendations for governments, to the AU, and also humanitarian organizations. Brian, I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since Malika is already president and Ezra is already Secretary General for Africa, I think that the only post that remains for you is Prime Minister for Africa. Thank you for keeping to time, Bruce, much appreciated. Dr. Chimlima, David Piri, I've already introduced you, my brother. We will hand over to you. You have 9 minutes, and then we can get into the discussion. Thank you so much.
I wish to thank sincerely the IPSS and OXFAM for inviting FAO to this very important multi-stakeholders dialogue on the impact of peace and security in safeguarding culture and heritage. As moderator said, this is a mixed group of panelists who are talking about different subjects. I will look at this subject from the perspective of food security and nutrition. The relationship between conflict, in other words, the absence of peace and security, and food security and nutrition is a cyclical relationship of cause and effect, and the story of which is deeply rooted in the daily sufferings of millions of poor and displaced populations in many parts of Africa. At the same time, the relationship between culture and food security and nutrition is also very clear. Food defines culture, and culture defines the food that people consume. How people preserve their food is also a culture in itself. If you allow me to define food security as FAO defines it. FAO defines food security as a situation that exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy lifestyle. I'm emphasizing the food preferences. The food preferences that individuals have are very much reflected in the culture in which they belong. So that is clear. So let me now go to why we think that conflicts pose a major danger to food security. Conflicts generally affect the stability of major dimensions of food security and nutrition, namely food availability, food access, and utilization. On food availability, political instability forces people to migrate, or at least get internally displaced, considering that most rural households are agriculture dependent in many parts of Africa. Displaced people are unable to use their lands to produce the food that is needed. As a result, food availability is continuously affected by conflicts. On food access, in many cases, conflicts often lead to the destruction and lack of appropriate basic infrastructure that could have enabled people to purchase food from other places and to sell the animals and farm produce in order to procure the food they need. In addition, even when humanitarian assistance is available, it is rarely easy to reach people in need before the situation goes worse. And it also does not necessarily mean that the food that is provided is culturally acceptable to the people. On food utilization, conflicts reduce the potential to accessing a diversity of food crops, which result in poor nutritional status. In broad sense, Conflict has a strong adverse effects on food security and nutrition. Is the main driver of food insecurity and malnutrition, both acute and chronic. Causal effects of the food insecurity also include dispossession of assets, including land and livestock, and threats to food security and nutrition due to sudden food price increases, as we see clearly right now with the conflict in Ukraine. In many parts of Africa, conflicts present a greater impact to countries which are already facing a fragile food security and nutrition situation. For instance, the proportion of undernourished people living in countries in conflict and protracted crisis is almost 3 times higher than that in other developing countries. For the 3 pre-famine conditions countries recently reported in Africa, Somalia, South Sudan, and Northern Nigeria, for example, all have been linked to the impact of protracted conflict, which mainly affects rural communities where agriculture is the mainstay of the local economy. Similarly, in Central African Republic and Burundi, years of armed conflict and political instability have aggravated the food security situation there. Post-conflict countries with high food insecurity are 40% more likely to relapse into conflict within a 10-year span. In many parts of Africa, conflicts combined with climate variability and adverse economic conditions have been undermining the efforts towards making progress to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals targets, as well as targets of the Africa 2063 agenda. Conflict has lasting impact on human development as a result of increased malnutrition, which tends to affect children the most. And once malnutrition has affected children, it leaves lifelong physical and mental handicaps. To conclude, moderator, food insecurity can be both a cause and consequence of violence and is deepest in countries affected by conflict. Civil conflict exists almost exclusively in countries with low levels of economic development and high food insecurity and malnutrition, where food prices can then themselves serve as triggers for unrest, riots, and political violence. For peace to prevail, a holistic approach is important to address conflict drivers such as structural underlying causes of economic and social vulnerability associated with conflict and disasters, including poverty, exclusion, loss of assets, unemployment, limited access to essential food supplies, food insecurity, and education and health services. Thank you, moderator. Back to you.
I don't know, David, which post. I've given all my posts, but there is one post that remains, which is we now have a president, Malika. We now have a Secretary General, Esra. We now have a Prime Minister, Bruce. So the only one that remains, since you were talking about a holistic approach, is that we are now making you the Commander-in-Chief, the General in charge of our new approach. Thank you so much to my panelists for keeping time. I will not rehash what they said, save to the way you have woven these issues, the structural questions, low levels of economic development, and how this links to questions of poverty, of exclusion, and how you have all referred to how identity, culture, present vulnerabilities, and also future impacts are interlinked. And when war happens, people become displaced. But it's much more than physical bodies that are displaced. It's entire civilizations. So what I will suggest is that we open the floor. We open to the room first, those who are physically in Addis. You have heard from our panelists. You have seen how disciplined they are in terms of time. I appreciate that in the room are intellectual powerhouse. Yeah. Sorry? In the room are intellectual. My request is very simple. That when you are given the opportunity, I think Rubiat and people in the room will assist. We'll make sure, if you want to make a speech, that at the next Tana forum, we create space for you to make a speech. But today I only had 4 speakers. So my request to you is that you say what you need to say in a minute. Only if you are speaking in a language that needs interpretation that is not available. So if you are not speaking in French, any other language where we have to find the interpreter, can you take 1.5 minutes? But I'd like first to take those who are in the room in Addis, and then for those of you who are not in the room, what I'd like to suggest is that you indicate on the chart. I think that the organizers, people can raise their hands, and I will ask that the Secretariat helps me identify hands. Take a minute each. We will take the first 10 interventions, 5 in the room, 5 online, and see if we'll have time afterwards for more. Please keep it to a minute. Thank you so much. Rubiat, over to you to identify people in the room.
Thank you so much. This is, my name is Binta Diop, and from Senegal, the AU Special Envoy. Just want to really congratulate this panel for their great contribution. I have just 2 questions, which is related to what, what Commissioner Bankole have said in terms of university and having new curriculum, or even revisiting those curriculum and see how we can improve. I think it's one of the great recommendations that in terms of action, and I'm sure Professor can talk about that, how it's done in Africa, but you talk about accountability, how we are making sure that our recommendation from the AU year of, the last year is implemented. And to my younger sister, my daughter, who is an artist and entrepreneur, the role of the media, and in particular what we have seen with the, the social media in this, I appreciate the fact that, what you are doing as an artist is impacting outside Africa even, and embracing other culture and having this cross-culture discussion and dialogue. But I don't know how you see the future in terms of the promotion, what you're doing from Burkina to the world by using the new technology, how it can accelerate this agenda, or, in terms of positive or negative. I don't know. It's up to you and the role of the youth. And you are young, and you are this generation that is leading, but also the next generation are the youth. So just those 2 with our 2 speakers here. And this afternoon, I'm sure we can also explore the linkages with the food insecurity. And somebody talk about Ukraine. It's already impacting on Africa and also on our cultural heritage as well. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Is there another question from the floor? Okay, the one in black jacket, go ahead, and then Gordon, 2, and then you 3rd. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Gezaheny. I'm from OXFAM. OXFAM Ethiopia's country director. My question is to all of them, whoever wants to answer this question. I think the whole focus was how this conflict impacts on culture. And I want to twist the coin and how culture becomes a reason for conflict. And can someone explain on that? Because this is what we're seeing in some contexts at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Also, just to start by congratulating IPSS and OXFAM for organizing this dialogue. And I think it is very, very important for us as Africans. I just wanted to emphasize and to touch also on this point on ratification. Just to say that I have just been trying to check on the status of ratification, and if these statistics that I am seeing on the UNESCO website are correct, it actually means that we're too far away from maybe what we are talking about, because it basically says, I mean, Group 5B is the African countries, so it shows that the convention ratification for 1954 is 27 countries of the African member states. And for the first protocol of 1954, it's only 16 AU member states that have ratified that. And if you look at 1999 second protocol, it just comes down to only 12. And here we are talking about the need for us to protect our heritage and cultural sites. And our commitment actually is on the other side. So it's something that is shocking to me to actually say that we have these conventions and we have these protocols. I think the 1999 one is the most, I think, depressing, where we actually have only 12 of the Group 5B countries here that have ratified that. I think the other point that I wanted to make really relates to, I mean, there was a speaker who talked about languages and those languages that we seem to see to be on the periphery. And I think also in some of our countries or some of our African countries, the practice is that we would have certain languages as official languages, and then we have other languages that we still live on the periphery. So you would have these official languages are the ones that you would see on television. These are the ones that we learn in class. But then the other languages remain uncoded. They are not written. It's difficult for those communities to be able to pass those languages to the next generations, because these languages maybe are not properly recognized at the national level, and so they remain there at the periphery. So these are my 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Yobaspa from the University of Addis Ababa. I'm here at my personal capacity. I have one brief opinion and I have one question. To share my brief opinion, okay, the topic of this discussion is on the impact of peace and security on the culture and heritage protection. Okay, when we say culture is going to be protected, we don't have to forget that culture may also evolve, also in peacetime, not only during the conflict. But the problem during the conflict and war is culture may die and may evolve in non-natural ways, which we didn't like to have it. My question is, okay, are there any ways of looking conflict as a blessing in disguise to share food for some other peoples? Why did I ask this question? Okay, let me share you one scenario. Because of the protracted war in Syria, our Syrian brothers and sisters scattered elsewhere throughout the world. Some of them also engaged in selling their own favorite national dishes, shawarma houses. Okay, had they not be scattered to elsewhere, there couldn't be, they may not share this national dish of their own. Okay, so how can we make a meaningful interlinkage between food, culture, and conflict? Thank you.
My name is Lamayo Gurmu from IPSS affiliated. I would like to appreciate the organizers, both IPSS and OXFAM, to bring this matter to our attention. Having said that, actually there are things that are looted from Africa in the past when during the time of colonization and other incidents, as has been mentioned earlier by one of the presenters, that we find some heritage in Europe and other destinies. So what can Africans as a whole should do in order to get back all those heritage? One. The second question is, as we see conflicts in different parts of Africa, especially different political groups raise issues and they want to make the heritage as shields to fight against the existing regimes. Therefore, how can people and different stakeholders can contribute to preserve and conserve the heritage that are important to show the different, the different processes that have passed through living for a long period of time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Brian, I think we're done here from the floor. I'm handing it over to you.
Okay. I take it the echo has been fixed now. I've got Dr. Laid Saglani, who's got a raised hand. I'm looking out for other raised hands. So if you're online and you'd like to make an intervention, please raise your hand. I've got Marie Marcelin. Please, Marie, you will follow Dr. Laid, and we will adopt the same rule. Please try and stick to 1 minute in your comment and your question. I have a third hand, which is Kula Fofana. Fofana, you'll be the third.
Hello?
Yeah. So we will start with Dr. Laid, then go to Marie Marcelin, and then go to Fofana. So Dr. Laid, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Laid from Algeria. Well, sure, it's clear that Africa faces some crisis of food, famine, and drought, but it is not short of ideas, values, culture, and arts. So I think time has come to value and revalue our richness and tradition by firstly, and this is what I have to say, be proud of ourselves, to be proud of our culture and our, of course, build our self-confidence. I understand that we have, and that's why I'm not being critical to anyone, but we have to decolonize our way of thinking, our way of behaving. We have to be proud, as I said, of our reality. So we don't have to feel guilty of any wrongdoing, because for years, for many years, for centuries, Africa has contributed to the universal culture in the world. So what I want to say, I want that the African Union, through the African Union, I want to launch this plea that they have to renew what we have, the relaunch of the Pan-African Festival of Culture, which Algeria organized last century. I think this is one way or the other to contribute modestly in resuming the African culture on the continent side. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Laid. You bring back good memories about the Pan-African Festival of Culture. Marie.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Je suis Marie Marceline.
Je viens de Madagascar et je suis médiatrice de l'Union africaine et active dans le secteur femmes, paix et sécurité. Et là, actuellement, je suis présidente nationale du comité pour la réconciliation, section femmes à Madagascar. Vraiment, je vous remercie pour cette belle initiative parce que la culture et les patrimoines en Afrique sont vraiment menacés depuis certains temps. Cette partie de l'île est victime de la sécurité et de la sécheresse. Alors, malgré les efforts pour le développement du secteur agricole chez nous, la population fuit parce qu'il y a cette insécurité, il y a les vols de bœufs, il y a des crimes, il y a des viols. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe? On ne peut pas mettre en place ce développement de la région. Il y a les profanations des sépultures. On dévalise les tombeaux et on enlève les ossements humains pour vendre à des groupes qu'on appelle les Chinois, mais jusqu'ici, on ne sait pas qui achète ces ossements humains. Et vraiment, c'est une profanation, c'est un grand problème sur la culture malagasy parce que l'ossement humain, les morts pour nous, c'est sacré. C'est le Dieu on parle avec eux quand on souhaite quelque chose pour les us et coutumes. Vraiment, c'est un grand problème actuellement. Et de notre côté, Madagascar attend vraiment à cette réflexion commune pour savoir, nous, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire, nous, l'Afrique? Parce que, entre-temps, on introduit petit à petit les cultures des autres pays au détriment de notre culture. Et pendant un certain temps, on dit même que les us et coutumes locales sont de la sorcellerie, et c'est pas bien, et voilà quoi. Alors, il faut qu'on agisse, nous les Africains, par rapport à ce grand problème. Encore une fois, je vous remercie pour votre initiative et Madagascar est vraiment fier d'être parmi vous dans cet forum. Je vous remercie.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Marie-Marceline. Yeah, what I'm going to do at the moment, is that many questions have been asked. I'm going to give my panel an opportunity to reflect. I realize from the time we had been allocated, we have 1 minute left. I'm going to ask the organizers to be gracious enough, given the many questions. I can't see Fofana's hand any more. I assume that hand has been withdrawn. So what I'm going to do is try and give an opportunity to the panel. My request to the panel is there are many questions which Madame Diop has got a panel that will come this afternoon that will deal with some of the issues that have been raised. The idea is not for you to respond to every question or every suggestion. Choose those ones that I think are absolutely necessary. What I'm going to ask that you do in this last segment is I'm going to request that respond to some, not all of the questions, and re-emphasize your recommendations, because part of what IPSS and OXFAM have asked us to do is to come up with very concrete policy recommendations. That's one. Having said that, I just wanted to say 3 quick things. The first is that these recommendations are recommendations that will speak to the international community. Generally, broadly speaking, that means the former colonial powers, some of the powerful countries that are outside of Africa that may be implicated in some of the things that we're talking about. some of the recommendations squarely speak to the responsibility of the African Union as a collective, and others will speak to the member states of the African Union, and yet others will speak to other actors, private sector, civil society, academic institutions, and etc. What I'll request you to do so that we're clear on who we're asking to do what, I'll ask as you respond to the questions and make recommendations, if you are able to, please be very specific that in saying who we are recommending to do what. So I will start in reverse order. I'll jumble up the presentations a little. I will start with Dr. Chimbima, David Piri, and then I will go to Dr. Ezra second, and then follow it up with Mr. Bruce Mokaya, and I'll end with Malika. So let me just repeat. I'll start with Dr. Chimbima. What you do is make your responses and do your anchor remarks, which is your parting shots. And then Dr. Ezra, I'll come to you afterwards, and then go to Mr. Mokaya, and then end with Malika in that order. Please go ahead. And please kindly unmute Dr. Chimimba, David Piri, so that he can make his remarks.
No, I'll be very brief, moderator. I think very useful comments from colleagues here. But one thing that I thought I should note is some person in her comment said culture can also sometimes be a reason for conflict. So while we have to appreciate the culture that we have, it is also important for us to realize that some elements of culture can be inimical to peace, particularly those elements where you are known to be a great man if you have done something that is unpeaceful. The same way with respect to food and nutrition security, it is exactly the same. There are some elements of culture, for example, that children cannot eat certain foods that are inimical to making sure that we have food and food security and nutrition. Having said that, I just want really to think that Africa should do a lot better in managing the issues of conflict. There are too many, and we're coming back now with coup d'etats and so on, which we left behind in the 1980s. I think Africa and African Union should do more. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Shmim. Yeah, so Dr. Ezra.
I think I'm also will concentrate on some of the questions which I have to reflect. The one was the EU Special Envoy asked about incorporating issues. The one thing which I will try to react on incorporating or including these themes on curriculums. The thing which I think the best thing is incorporating these ideas in the curriculum in the elementary, on the lower levels of education. The one thing which we have to do is to reach out to, as much as possible, to the many peoples, to the wider public. There in the lower levels of education, we can teach people how to preserve and protect their, own culture. On the tertiary level, yes, we do have in plenty of universities, people are learning this type of specialization, but the wider public has to learn these things. So the AU and AU members will have to work on to incorporate this type of things on the lower levels of the curriculum. And the other thing which is asked, what can Africa should do to return back to their cultural heritage, natural heritage. I think Africa, most of the things which are looted to the Western world is looted by Africans, our own people. We are the one who's supporting to looting our own materials. So the thing is, since we are just cooperating to looting all these materials, we have to work out to returning back strongly to returning back all these materials. So thing is, we have to build our own policy and our own way of returning back all these materials, not depending on other entities or other organizations. And other things which was asked, so how culture will be a reason for conflict? I think this could be other types of discussion which we need to talk about these things much time, but it could be asked. But the thing is, the organizers want the other way around, so we have to keep on that. Thank you.
The remark that was made by a gentleman on whether or not we should see war in aviation, especially he gave the example of food. And I really want to turn it the other way around and say that if there is something that Africa has demonstrated, is the capacity to accommodate and tolerate other cultures of people, refugees, and persons who have moved and crossed borders into the various countries. And today, when you travel the various capitals of Africa, you will see different kitchens, different foods of people who have come from different cultural backgrounds, either having migrated or been displaced because of conflict. So I see it more from the perspective of the capacity of the African people to accommodate and tolerate and to enable the other people who come into their countries to preserve and continue with their cultural practices. So that is, I wanted really to turn that around and see it more as something that is very positive. And that is the appeal that I think we should continue to make, that persons that move, displaced, ought to be allowed and supported to continue to practice their cultural practices, languages, food, etc., as an aspect of protection of the culture of the people, but also the protection of those persons. So that is the point that I wanted to make. The other point that I want to make, which is basically really my last point, is the recommendation which I made in relation to the AUP support operations. If the AU can consider to integrate into the AUP support missions a mandate for the protection of cultural property and heritage for its peace support operations. Thank you, Brian, for this occasion. And we have shared some of the materials, as I had promised earlier, for the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Now we go to our President, Malika Laslamazo. Madame.
Merci. Alors, j'ai envie de dire que lorsque nous restons fermés, c'est ce qui nous amène à des conflits, un peu pour revenir sur comment la culture peut renvoyer des conflits. Si moi, dans mon éducation, tout le monde mange avec la droite et que toi, tu viens manger avec la gauche, forcément, ça me frustre. Donc, je pense qu'il faut une ouverture d'esprit et surtout tolérer les autres cultures. Et chez nous, en Afrique, on dit que lorsque quelqu'un n'a pas voyagé, c'est difficile de l'expliquer certaines choses. Un peu pour illustrer ça. Et pour rebondir sur la question de Madame Diop, j'aimerais dire que le futur en termes de promotion se trouve dans la sensibilisation, que ce soit sur les réseaux sociaux, les panels, les forums, mais tout en tout cas pour faire découvrir au monde la culture. Je prends un exemple palpable. Hein. Si aujourd'hui je remplis cette salle d'occidentaux et que je fais sortir mon balafon, eux tous, sans exception, vont danser parce qu'ils aiment cette culture-là. Ils l'ont découvert par les réseaux sociaux, ils l'ont découvert parce qu'il y a maintenant des gens qui véhiculent la culture au-delà de nos frontières. Et je pense que le futur sera que la culture africaine va envahir l'Occident. Ils seront amenés à adopter nos cultures tout comme nous avons adopté les leurs. Et voilà, et je suis convaincue qu'en tout cas l'Afrique est la terre de la prochaine migration. Merci. Merci à OXFAM, merci à Tana Forum et merci à ISPP.
And land and hand back to Rubiat. The first one is that, sorry, let me just make that adjustment. Yeah, the first one is that as we reflect on this, I would like to encourage the room to reflect on the opportunities and dangers of commercialization. In the ECOSOC handbook on Africa culture and heritage, one of the things that AU ECOSOC raises is this idea that the fact that culture was deemed separate from economic endeavor, its value in economic terms was understated. But the move towards culture as an integral part of the AFCFTA and the history of commercialization, and by commercialization, it's the Eurocentric or external ownership of intellectual property rights in culture, is itself a premise for both conflict, but also for dangers and risks that have been discussed. The second is this session reflected on Eurocentrism and decolonization, or the need to decolonize our conceptions, perceptions of culture. And I think that discussion will go on in the afternoon, just to underscore that when culture is driven by external stimuli or driven by what is valued by the other, often it takes on a new form. And that new form may be a mutation into something beautiful, or it may be a negation of what it was intended to be. I think this panel also discussed in very fundamental terms that culture is inseparable, historically and in the current conjuncture, from democratic governance, peace and security, and economic transformation, as well as social cohesion and integration in Africa. And central to that is the question of young people and the question of women within the imaginaries that we have of the future of Africa and the Africa of the future. I noted that none of the speakers wanted to dare the tiger or the lion by suggesting that in as much as AU has an organ on peace and security and has something on AGA, Africa Governance Architecture, perhaps the African Union actually does need an Africa Arts, Culture and Heritage Architecture, so that we're not dealing with arts, culture and heritage, which are integral to our identity, integral to peace and security, integral to food security, integral to social cohesion as an incidental factor. So this idea of an arts, culture and heritage architecture within the African Union, so that it's not just a theme of the year, but it's actually a structure to do some of the things that Madame Diop and the speakers suggested. And I think that this panel also reflected on international and regional normative frameworks, an indication that we have not done well in terms of ratification of those international normative frameworks, and as well as regional normative frameworks that are integral to the protection of arts, culture and heritage. I think implied in Madame Diop's question and also in Malika's response is that in thinking about arts, culture and heritage, we have to be thinking about the role and the impact of technology or digitalization and climate change on arts, culture and heritage and its nexus to peace and security and related matters. I think that who owns technology, artificial intelligence, capacity by corporates and states to do surveillance, and other forms of use, malign and benign use of technology are key to how we imagine the future of arts, culture, and heritage in the peace, security, and governance nexus, as well as economic transformation. I think points were made about integration of arts, culture, and heritage, and the nexus to peace, security, as well as food sovereignty and food security within curricula, and broad popularization of this within the broader society. I think this meeting didn't reflect enough, and I hope in the afternoon, Letty and Peter, we will get to reflect more on the nexus between arts, culture, and heritage, faith, and militarization. As it speaks to, because some of the parameters where we see significant utilization of arts or weaponization of arts, culture, and heritage to do harm, especially sexual and gender-based violence and threats to women's sexual health and reproductive health rights, is that nexus that brings in arts, culture, heritage, faith, and militarization. And with those remarks, I think that this session has been highly productive in pointing us out towards the definition, as Dr. Ezra walked us through. It's a very comprehensive definition that says it's not just a part of our life, it's a part of our imagination, it's a part of our history, but it's a part of our future. And a reminder by Bruce that what we're talking about is not just dislocation of people as a result of humanitarian emergencies or conflict. It's dislocation is epistemic, it's intellectual, it's cultural. And that sometimes when people are dislocated, so are their cultural heritage. My parting shot obviously would be related to something Malika and Dr. Chimimba said, but I will give it my own spin, which is when people take, and I actually refuse to use the term stolen cultural artifacts. These are gods for some cultures. How can one's god be an artifact? I leave you to ponder on that, and I would like you to hand back to, because I think that we've been enjoying that. One of the ways of doing this, let's keep it alive, and so Dr. Light reminded us of the festival that we used to have as part of reminding ourselves on that. And these are some of the things we can do that bring cultural entrepreneurs, artists, some of our heritage experts, not just as an afterthought, but as an integral part of defining Agenda 2063 and how Africa transforms. Thank you so much. I hand back to Rubiat, and I thank you for allowing me to moderate this session. Please do come back for the session we have in the afternoon. It will go deeper into some of the things we've started discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian, for agreeing to moderate the session and sparing your precious time. We've now come to the end of the first session and we'll break for lunch. But before we do that, we'd like to take a group picture for those of you who've joined us here in person. So the event managing team will guide us on where we will take the pictures. For those joining us online, please kindly make sure you're back with us at 1:30. After picture, we will go for lunch, and lunch is served right out in front on the veranda. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're about to start the second session. It will be on interrogating responses and proposing way forwards for cultural heritage protection in Africa. This session will be moderated by Her Excellency Madame Bineta Diop, Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Women, Peace and Security. Madame Bineta Diop is since 2014 the Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Women, Peace and Security. She is the founder and chair of the board of FEM Africa Solidarité, an international NGO created in 1996 that seeks to foster, strengthen and promote the leadership role of women in conflict prevention and peace building in Africa. Ms. Diop has led numerous programs to enhance women's participation in peace processes. She played an instrumental role in achieving gender parity within the African Union Commission, the adoption of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, and the Solomon Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa. She led the setting up of the Gender is My Agenda campaign network. Ms. Diop received numerous honors and awards. In 2011, Time magazine declared her one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Ms. Diop studied management in France and public relations and communication in Switzerland. She received an honorary doctorate from the United Nations mandated University for Peace in 2012 and an honorary doctorate from the University of Middlesex in London, UK in 2014. Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us here. It's an honor to have you. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
And here, maybe one of the dimensions we will highlight is that, you know, the fact that we are using sometimes religion, you know, in terms of, you know, as an excuse in impacting on our cultural heritage. And I think that is what we need also to look into and to make sure that ourselves, not just others, because others have tried to destroy, but now ourselves, how do we make that preservation happening? You know, I think Africa is endowed with a cultural heritage that is very rich. If I look at Ethiopia only, you know, I see millions of people coming every year to learn from the history of Ethiopia. I'm not just talking about this time, but the ancient time, and what the impact that it has had in the whole world. Everybody would talk about Solomon, we talk about, you know, the impact that you have in the region, but also in Africa. You know, indeed, I will only talk about maybe one great man of Africa who talk about the Ubuntu. Is Nelson Mandela. Another great man also is the late Desmond Tutu. Both of them recognize the value of each human being, because at the center of this culture, and we talk about the culture of peace, is about how do we connect as human beings, the interconnectedness of each other, belonging to a community. Belonging, you know, based on our values, on our traditions, and the positive one of our past, our present, and our future. I think you are because I am. And if we use that in our conflict resolution, and I have seen in many conflicts that women using that, to say I might be from different ethnic group, I might be an Hutu or a Tutsi, but at the end of the day, we have the same culture, the same values, and beyond even that, which is maybe that moral, but we have also our land that we need to share. We have as we are going to talk about also issues of food security and others, you know, things that we share is not just those that you don't touch, but those that you touch, which are also part of the human security. We will talk about, I'm sure, the challenge that we face on health, that we face on poverty, on post-conflict reconstruction, and how the indigenous knowledge that we have in Africa, the rich, is going also to help us to address some of the issues. At the African Union, of course, you know that, and most of the discussion this morning was it's saying that you had a lot of policy, but now it's time for action. But we need to go back to those policy. We have the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, which have been adopted in Khartoum in January 2006. How do we implement? We have also with UNESCO, every time the biennial, Luanda. I was last time I was privileged to launch the repertory of African women that are working as civil society on the culture of peace, because we need to mobilize all stakeholders. And I was there to make sure that gender issues and women's are at the core when we discuss the culture of peace in the continent. Yes, African Union have dedicated 2021 art, culture, and heritage levels for building the Africa we want. I think that really give us that opportunity to revisit the Culture of Peace program, but also I'm sure that this year team, which is addressing the issues of peace, but also the food crisis that might happen, and it's there. I'm coming from Senegal last night, and I know that already, you know, it's not Senegal, but Africa, the crisis in Ukraine is impacting on the cultural, dimension that we have as we talk about the conflict in Ukraine impacting certainly in other places, even in countries that have no conflict like my own countries. But you can see, the tension that is happening with the population within our society. And it's not just in Senegal. I mentioned that because I'm from Senegal, so I can talk about it. But I'm sure that each country right now are facing challenges after COVID, but also now after COVID, we see the crisis, the global crisis that impacting in our continent. How do we do about it? How, I think this panel is going to address that. Some of the solutions. We have huge potential for Africa. It's our hand. It's to us to either it is in education, either it is in peace and security, either it is other dimension that we will talk about. And, who is better than my panel here to talk about these issues? So let me start by UNESCO, because I know that you have been at the front of this agenda with the African Union, by asking our sister, Mrs. Yumiko Yokozeki. She's a Director Liaison Office to AU and UNECA in Addis Ababa, a UNESCO representative in Ethiopia. During lunchtime, she was just talking to me how much coming from Japan, where we know Japan is one of the countries we can look at when it comes to the cultural dimension to keep the development agenda, the economic development of Japan. It's a model that we need to visit certainly. But she say how much she appreciates what happened in Africa, in Senegal, but also in Ethiopia. where she has been based, but many other in Egypt and so on and so forth. So she has worked with JICA, which means that the development arm of Japan, but right now with the UNESCO. So I will give the floor to Yumiko, and I think Yumiko will bring really the angle of this culture of peace and how we can benefit from UNESCO program, but also what Ambassador Pankolia have said, how UNESCO is supporting us and protecting, helping to protect the heritage that, and those that have been outside, I will not say looted, but how UNESCO will help Africa to recover our heritage that are outside Africa, but also how do we prevent as well, and how do we use this as the driving force for the transformation. So I give you the floor, and I will introduce my panel, Ophira Muzur, that I give the floor. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Yumiko. Yes, I was born and raised in Tokyo, but since 1982, I have been in this continent. I have been to every single African countries except Guinea-Bissau, so I'm probably a little bit more African than Japanese. And then, as Chair said, thank you, and then I love the culture and the tradition of Africa. Now I'm talking from a UNESCO perspective, our vision, building peace in the minds of men and women through education, science, and culture. That's UNESCO. UNESCO's preamble of the Constitution reads, since wars start in minds of men and women, it is in the minds of men and women that a defense of peace must be constructed. So, the impact of conflict and disaster on culture and heritage in Africa. I'm showing the beautiful pictures of beautiful art objects. The first one is Kilinkpuli, a sacred talking drum of Baole people, which was stolen in 2002 in Cote d'Ivoire during the war. Another picture, Nguli, Mask of Judgment from Gabon, was recently, last month, sold in Montpellier, in France, for $4.2 million. And we couldn't stop it. So this is a reality. Now, what can we do as a member states is that to improve the preparedness and the response capacity to prevent, mitigate, and recover the loss. And then also risk assessment is very important. In the conflicts, we also have to have a rapid assessment and advisory missions as soon as things happen, and then also urgent safeguarding measures. Now, we need policies and legal frameworks where we can work together, African Union member states and then agencies like UNESCO, to develop policy and basic regulatory provisions. I will go later, but we already have conventions, global conventions. They have to be ratified. They have to be internalized in the legal system of each country. This picture shows the National Museum in Liberia, which was rather badly treated during the conflict. Now, the UN Security Council anonymously adopted the historic resolution 2347, the first one to focus exclusively on protection of cultural heritage. So at the highest level, we already have legal framework. The African Union model law on the protection of cultural property and heritage also does exist. In this regard, national legal frameworks have to follow. And then also, partnership is very important. When the conflicts start, often health, food, and other things are priority. Of course, military is a priority, but culture and heritage are not the priority. They are the last pecking order. Indeed, that should change because culture and heritage have a very, very important role in bringing peace and stability to the population, and also prevention of further conflicts. UNESCO has a number of conventions, 6 of them: Convention for Protection of Cultural Properties and the Event of Armed Conflict, and its protocols, commonly known the Hague Convention, and the Convention of the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, 1970, and others are conventional concerning protection of world cultural and natural heritages, and Convention of the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage, Convention of the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, and finally, Convention on the Protection and the Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Today, because of the limited time, I will focus on the first 2 conventions. The convention, the Hague Convention, has 1954 and 1999. Our colleagues from OXFAM before talked about this convention. It's one of the most conventions on this theme. And then this one actually has been ratified a number of countries. But I do believe it's not only ratification, but the implementation as a national legal process is terribly important. This is as far as 1954, and then I do believe it was coming from the massive destruction during the Second World War. And then that inspired this 1954 convention. And then again, 1999 convention has been added. This picture shows destruction of manuscripts in Timbuktu, Mali. So this is Ahmed Baba Library, if I'm not mistaken. So a number of precious manuscripts were destroyed. However, many of these manuscripts were digitalized. So we haven't lost everything, even though it is not the same. But we at least have a digital version of these manuscripts. So protection is based on the 2 fundamental principles: safeguarding of cultural property and the respect for cultural property. Now, Hague Convention during the armed conflict is very specific on protection, and the theft, pillage, misappropriation or vandalism is prohibited, and also it facilitates the working together with militaries, and then awareness and training is done. The first protocol of Hague Convention looks at prohibit the export of cultural property from occupied territory and requires the return of such property to the territory of the origin, and then expressly forbid the appropriation of cultural property as a repatriation, so they shouldn't take anything out of the place. And the second protocol is adding to the 1954 convention, and it provides for conditions which military necessity may be adopted, and also enhanced protections, and if necessary, sanctions for criminal responsibilities and so on. This shows, the picture shows Palmyra in Syria, which was very badly damaged during the war, 2015. Now, another convention I would like to mention is the Convention of the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, which came out in 1970. So the first pictures I've shown you are clearly against it. And this convention, 1970, has 3 objectives: preventive measures, and restitution provisions, and finally, international cooperation. And this is where one country or one agent cannot do, but we have to all work together. And I think African Union can pull us together with existing programs. And I would like to end this presentation with a slightly brighter note. I think you all are aware of this La Libera cross. This was stolen in 1997, and then recovered in one of the countries in Europe. So it is possible when the stolen goods can be heritages can be returned to its original country. And then this is our hope, that we are hoping that our heritage, our pride, something which would make us feel together and belonging, could be a very important part of our international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us that we need to restore the dignity of Africa and the African people. You know, many of our cultural heritage have been stolen and has to bring back, because we need it for our spiritual. We need it to understand where our ancestors. We need to use it. We need to use it for even understanding who we are. We need it to make sure that this generation and the future generation can understand their roots and their heritage. So I'm very happy that it's happening, but we need to mobilize more. We need to mobilize stakeholders, and I think this meeting prior to the Tana, where stakeholders and big leaders will be there to make sure that we made that strong appeal, and to our partners that we need our heritage to come back, our cultural heritage, for our own protection, but also for our own condition and for our children. So thank you for respecting the 10 minutes. Let me move now to Dr. Amit Nuru, who is the director of the WFPA, African Union Global Office, based in Addis Ababa, but also connecting with the United Nations as well, ECA. So I think that you don't need any presentation, but I think what you're going to bring to us is that linkages that we know, the food insecurity, which is also how do we preserve what we have, our knowledge, our laboratory of knowledge around food security. And in particular, putting women at the center and the youth. How do we bring them on board? But the women that I see in the village, the traditional knowledge on this can make sure that we amplify what Africa had. We have soil, we have land, we have everything. So please tell us, how do we make sure that Africa benefit from our own food, from our land and our soil? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I only have 10 minutes. I had prepared a very elaborate presentation, but I thought to myself, no, let me just cut it down to 2 pages, because we were told, speak from the heart. And that's what I want to do today. I want to speak from the heart. There's a lot for me to say, and I only have 10 minutes. But we have to somehow see the link between food security, nutrition, conflict, peace, and also our cultural heritage. It's a very big order for 10 minutes. However, let's look at indigenous knowledge and food management. Then we'll go for an overview of food security in Africa, something a little bit on Ukraine, and then some recommendations, which I hope can help. Indigenous knowledge, speaking from the heart, my earliest memories of my grandmother. When I used to go to the village to go for Eid celebration, we would cut the ram. She would take the back leg and she would prepare it. And then she would boil it, fry it, and then she would keep it in a pot under her bed in palm oil. And the next year, when we come for the same Eid, she will take out that meat from last year and we'll eat it. I'm just trying to bring out the fact that everybody here has got stories, cultural stories that take you back. And those links are very, very important. Traditional knowledge is being lost. It is not being recorded. Modernization, as we know it, comes with a cost, and a very high cost to cultural heritage, and loss of heritage for that matter. Change is needed, but we also need to have a balance between the good, the bad, and also things that we have to deliberately take forward as we move forward into the future. This knowledge has lasted for thousands of years. It has been simple, cheap, tested, tried, and what we need now is appropriate technologies to understand them and to further those knowledge platforms, which I think is very, very lacking. Ask the people who are affected by problems. They will tell you what the solutions are. They will tell you what the solutions are. We have different methods of sun-drying, fermentation, salting, fortification, cooking practices, all these, and storage practices. There's an abundant wealth of all that. The question, though, now is, how do we preserve this? And it's not just crops, it's also livestock. Livestock is integrated in the African society and the African culture. The pastoralists and the farmers have always been existing 50, 60 years ago in harmony and peace. Why is it now that we have conflict? And why can we not address those conflicts? But it's a reality. Changing lifestyles is also important. I remember when I was a kid, you eat rice once a week if you are lucky. Otherwise, you eat it on Christmas Day and on Eid Day. Nowadays, everybody eats bread. Bread was very foreign to us. We have lost some of our indigenous practices of eating. This is not part of World Food Program, but it's part of food and food security, which I think is very important, because these practices are very important. And Ambassador Bankole said cultural assault is what is happening right now. Our living heritage is also very critical, as well as our structural heritage. All the structural sites that you are seeing, Timbuktu, Babylon, whatever it is, pyramids of Egypt, they were all built around food security centers, water, agricultural land. It was all food-based. Before it went to how many bow and arrows I have or how many guns I have, it was food-based first. So that shows you the importance and the link between food security, peace and insecurity, and also culture. Let's look at an overview of the food security situation in Africa. Oh, sad, madam, sad, sad, sad. Globally, in 2020, we had 811 million people who are facing food insecurity. In Africa today, we have more than 400 million people who are facing food insecurity. The worrying thing about it is that this figure has gone up from 2014 by almost 90 million people. And it's going up even higher. This is a 2020 figure. We're not talking about COVID that came now and all these other problems. Is really bad. So more than 400 million people, which is really quite a staggering number for Africa. 13 million are hungry in the Horn of Africa. Drought for the last 3 or 4 years. 10.5 million people in Southern Africa because of floods and cyclones. We have Sahel region, about 11 million people all facing severe hunger and shortage and even famine coming up. We can see that. So my point here is that out of these 811 million people, 60% live in conflict zones or conflict areas. And these numbers are going higher every single day. This is very worrying. What are the causes of food insecurity? There are 4 C's: the climate change, COVID pandemic, conflict, and the cost of food. Those are the 4 C's. We have some other C's. I will not mention what they are because I might be asked to leave. But they are there. So, climate change, we know that these things are happening. They have the droughts, we have the floods, we have the erratic weather patterns. Just last week in my home village in Botswana, it snowed. The very first time in history, it snowed in Botswana last week. Erratic climate patterns. COVID pandemic, I'm not going to go into that, but also, of course, because of the climate change, we have an increase in migration. We also have an increase in urbanization. We know that. Also for security. People want to come to town to get away from the villages and, where you have a lot of the insecurity and things like that. Let me concentrate a little bit on conflict. We already have a lot of conflict on the continent in Africa. I think we had about 28, 29 active conflicts. What is worrying is that they are becoming more and more, and what is even more worrying is that they are becoming prolonged. So a conflict, not just 1 year or 2 years, they are now running to 10 years, 15 years. This is no longer an emergency. This is now a way of life. And we have to recognize that, and we have to break that cycle. Because if we don't break it, then we're going to have a big problem. And food plays an instrumental role in breaking that cycle. So, we have the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2417, which for the very first time recognized the link between food insecurity and civil insecurity, unrest, and wars. It also recognized the need to have access to vulnerable people. And it also recognized what they say, they claimed it, they said starvation as a weapon of war. But we would rather look at it from the other perspective and say food as an instrument or a tool towards bringing about peace. That's how I think we'll better frame it. So all these things affect three areas of food. One is the production. They can't get access to the farms. They cannot produce. Two, access. And three, the uptake, the actual eating of this food. So we need to see how we can address this because, by the way, those people who are fighting, even the terrorists or the whatever it is, they also need to eat food. If you go and burn somebody's farm there now, next year you're also going to look for food. You can't eat the gold, you cannot drink the oil, you cannot eat the uranium, you have to eat food yourself. So how do you come together and use food as a tool towards peace? That is what we need to address. Touching very quickly on Ukraine, I asked a farmer 2 weeks ago, a local farmer, do you know where Ukraine is? He has no idea. But do you know that the cost of food has gone? Yes, the cost of food has gone up now. Now I'm buying fertilizer, double the price. This crisis, we ask ourselves in Africa, how is it affecting us? It's so far away from us, but yet it's affecting us. And we're seeing it every day. Cost of fertilizer has gone up because inputs from there are fertilizer. Of course, you have direct inputs like wheat. Many African countries, where I counted today, 15 African countries are importing wheat from Ukraine and Russia. 15. Which is, question is that why can we not produce this even here in Africa? So, also the cost of storage because of transportation and things like that is very high. So the question is that out of these 4 C's, which ones can we mitigate against? And which ones have the opportunities for Africa? And I would like to point out that Africa has got abundance in terms of land, in terms of what we need. Land, water, and labor. 68% of the African population is involved in agriculture directly or indirectly. So those 3 things are there in abundance. No matter the conflict, no matter the government in power, whatever it is, you cannot take away the land. You cannot take away it will always be there. How do we now look at this crisis that we're facing in Africa and try to really come down to the root of this now and say, we need to now feed ourselves and not be dependent on imports from outside because we can produce these things in our own territory, in Africa. Excellency, let me just quickly go into some of the recommendations which I have. There are some short recommendations. 1, to provide adequate humanitarian assistance to vulnerable groups. This is the emergency part now. You have people who have been displaced by conflict. You have people who cannot produce. If we don't reach them, they will die. 3 essential ingredients in life. 1, air. If you don't breathe air for 3 minutes, you are gone. 2, water. If you don't drink water for 3 days, you are gone. 3, food. If you don't eat food for 3 weeks, no matter how big you are gone. The point here is that these are essential ingredients of life. We cannot do without them. So food is very, very critical in this equation. How do we address food security in Africa? So access, I think, is very important. The other one, of course, is to remove the barriers that get us into these problems with access. And lastly, also looking at rethinking our agriculture and energy policies for Africa is very important. In the longer term solutions, we need to address these 4 C's, especially conflict. Conflict is easily changeable. If you bring the parties together, you mitigate, you negotiate, you can bring an end to a conflict tomorrow if you have the willingness of both parties. We need to also look at the food systems that we have and try to re-innovate them, and diversification. If one country can produce a lot of maize and another country produces a lot of animals, how do you do trade and barter between them? Africa, free trade, continental area we know about and things like that. Yes. These are long-term solutions, and also innovative financing is very important. And financing means member states putting their money into their food production systems for their people to eat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you highlight key point, the food insecurity and the consequences, more conflict to come. And how do we make sure that we prevent that? So we have so many in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in the Great Lakes, you name them. But you are telling us if we continue at this path, we will have more conflict to come, and we have to solve them. And by solving them, we say we need to make sure in this conflict that are coming, and their consequences, because what is you're talking about is the impact of the conflict on the people. But how do we prevent them now? By doing what? By making sure that we use what we have and to make sure that we scale it up in terms of agriculture and meeting the food security of the people. I met just one to highlight what you said. One private sector guy last week in Africa, one of the country. And he said that, my mother, while I'm doing, because he was working for Nestle, and now we have a big company that is producing, the cereals, and also using what you talk about, just the agriculture by the women, but also the milk that you also talk about, the animals. And he said, because I learned from my mother when I was young. And that knowledge when she was doing, the agriculture, but in the meantime, taking care of the cow. And that inspired me, and that was his own story. But how do we make sure that we scale up? We use those knowledge of our grandmother and of our mothers that have been in the land and exploiting, but also taking care of the animals. How do we make sure that that knowledge can serve us right now in the modern society, but by using new technology that are at our disposal? Research, we talked this morning on what university is doing to research. How do we make sure that we all take each angle when it comes to research, capacity building, all sectors, to make sure that we scale up what we talk about today to prevent our conflict. So my next speaker is Yanita Bera, Miss Yanita Bera, who is the Director General for Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. She was just reminding me that we met in Geneva at the Human Rights Council in during 2014. Around those, we were activists, all of us, and pushing for women's rights and human rights. And she was working for the permanent mission of Ethiopia to the UN. And I know that your career as a diplomat, but also the development agenda you study at the Graduate Institute in Geneva as well. So I'm sure that you will talk about the approach, what everybody discuss. AU take a lot of policy. I'm AUC, but I know these member states to implement at local, national, and all levels. So I'm sure that you will address that. How do we make sure that we go into not just policy, but implementation? So, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Diop. As the speakers indicated before me, my colleague from UNESCO and the colleague from ICRC, there are a number of instruments protecting cultural heritage and properties. And I can even mention some of them dating back to the 1890s and so on, which are broader IHL instruments, international humanitarian law instruments, but which can be the basis for the protection of the protection of cultural properties and heritages. And of course, we've been mentioning the 1954 convention, the protocols, the first protocol, second protocol. And based on this, there could be a lot of issues as a member state. There could be a lot of issues that we can raise today in terms of what's lacking and what's been the gap and what can we recommend. Some of them, some of these legal instruments, they have attained the of customary international law. So irrespective of the ratification of a member state, they can be the basis for protection. So we have to address what has been missing and what can we recommend for member states. Of course, the 1954 convention talks about the need, like Article 2 stipulates on the need for safeguarding and respecting cultural properties. And further, it explains what do we mean by safeguarding cultural properties and heritages. Irrespective of this international legal frameworks, however, there are instances whereby cultural heritages and properties in different parts of the continent, including in my own country, has been affected by conflicts or by different lootings and acts of pillage and the different acts of terrorists. This has been there has been instances, and it has been mentioned very well by our colleague from UNESCO. And I was in New York, and the only instance where I was part of the permanent mission of Ethiopia to the United Nations, and if my recollection serves me correctly, the only instance where the Security Council discussed the issue of the protection of cultural heritage and properties was once during the Italian presidency, which led to the adoption of the Security Council resolution, which we have been mentioning repeatedly here today. So what's been missing, and what can we recommend at the international level, at the regional level, and at the national level? This should be our center of discussion, in my view. So taking into the existing legal frameworks at the international level, at the regional level, of course, Madame Diop mentioned the African Cultural Renaissance Charter. I was part of the negotiation of that charter. But if you go and look at that charter, it doesn't specifically talk about the protection of cultural heritage and properties. And again, we have to go back to the international documents or the international conventions, meaning the 1954 or some of the customary international laws which go back to the 1890s and so on. So again, at the regional level, we don't have a concrete instruments which talks about the protection of cultural heritage and property. So this is one of the missing link in terms of protection of cultural heritage in our region. Of course, at the national level, many of our countries doesn't have legal instruments for the protection of cultural heritage and properties. And in terms of institutional framework, one of the things which I was looking at again, I was trying to search before this meeting, in terms of institutional framework, like for instance, Madame Diop, she has a mandate within the AU. You don't have a specific thematic mandate which deals about cultural protection, the protection of cultural heritage and properties. It could be a broader thematic mandate. It doesn't have to be specifically, say, special rapporteur or special envoy dealing with cultural heritage and properties. It can be a broader mandate talking about the protection of civilian objects. And we don't have that at the African level. So that's one of the missing links which I found before this discussion. And again, in light of the challenge that we face at the African level, one of the things which we faced in terms of registration of some of our cultural heritages and properties within the framework of UNESCO, I'm sure the colleague from UNESCO would help me. The registration process within the international framework, of course, there are two frameworks for registration of cultural heritage and properties, one separately for heritage and one for cultural properties. But the registration process is really, really cumbersome, and it requires a lot of financing. So what can we do in terms of registration? We don't even have at the African rate. Once you have the registration, there comes the protection part. You would get certain financing for the protection. For instance, in terms of the registration of Lalibela, I'm sure the colleague from UNESCO would agree with me. The registration of Lalibela in Ethiopia, it was a very cumbersome and difficult process. But once you get the registration, the protection part and the financing would come along with it. So, like for instance, again, some of the colleagues, one from the floor and from the audience, they talked earlier about the ratification, the low ratification of these conventions and the protocols. Why some of our countries are not parties to these conventions and protocols? There are obligations that comes with these protocols and conventions, meaning in terms you would have the primary obligation of protecting those cultural properties and heritages. But protection comes with financial obligation. And some of our countries, and not some, but many of our countries doesn't have that financial capacity to provide protection for the heritage and for the heritages and cultural properties. Some of them, like Madame Diop and the colleague from WFP mentioned, some of our countries even have the difficulty, some serious humanitarian challenges. So cultural properties and cultural heritage protection would come on a secondary issue. So you need to find sustainable financing for the protection of cultural heritages and properties. And where should that come from? So once, if you're asking member states of the African countries, the African Union, to ratify these conventions, there should also be financing that supports the countries, the African countries. So how does that financing come from? So these are the things that we need to look at. Financing of African countries, and then there should also be support for member states. There is no financing for many of our countries. So how do you complement that? And there's also a mechanism there should also be a mechanism to address the gaps within the member states. How should we complement member states in terms of the protection of cultural heritages and properties? So these are the issues that we need to address. So the first thing that I would recommend is to have a regional institution that deals with cultural properties and heritages protection. And a thematic mandate, a broader thematic mandate within the African Union dealing with the protection of cultural heritage and properties. And the other thing is that we could envisage the idea of having a legal instrument within the African level, which could complement the international instruments, the 1954, the convention, and the two additional protocols, the first and second protocols. So, and the other thing is that, the other thing which I missed is that we can establish a mechanism for registration, which I mentioned earlier, within the specialized agency, within the specialized technical committee, the ECOSOC, the African ECOSOC. We can have a system for registration. So once you have that, then this could easily be financed by international actors. And these are some of the things which we can look at. And in terms of some of the looted artifacts and some of our cultural properties, you can mention and some of those damaged as well in terms of the African properties which were damaged by terrorist acts or armored groups. One thing which we can look at is mandating some of the peacekeeping missions, UN peacekeeping missions, or UN-mandated African peacekeeping missions to have a mandate for the protection of cultural properties and heritages. And MINUSMA and Anfield could be a good example. And this could, there could be support. We can ask, for instance, support from the UNESCO for this mission. And ICRC could also form part of this discussion. I mean, there is the good example is MINUSMA, if I'm not mistaken. And we can expand that for the protection of our other cultural heritages in different parts of Africa. We can look at we can explore the possibility of mandating African Union mandated peacekeeping missions or UN mandated peacekeeping missions, or those hybrid missions to have a mandate in terms of the protection of cultural heritage and properties. These are some of the things. And one other thing which I forgot to mention, some of our countries have some of our countries don't even have national legislations in terms of cultural properties protection and cultural heritage protection. So there needs to be work from the AU or from the regional economic communities in terms of the protection of cultural heritages and properties. But it doesn't have to be specific protection of cultural heritage. It can be a broader protection of civilian objects. I can stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we could see the lawyer here in front of us. Let me just say, Peter and Letty, you have an agenda for advocacy as listening to what she really said, when it comes to revisiting the law, or some of the Security Council that have taken resolution, but bring it to the Security Council, Peace and Security Council of the AU, which Ambassador Bankole talked about it this morning. But also, how do we make sure that it's not just looking into the protection and the law within the AU, but the institution? It has been highlighted this morning. If we need to have an architecture within the African Union, then can follow the implementation of those laws. And one thing that she also brings is the issue of financial obligation that our member state has. How do we make sure that when we advocate, we also talk about sustainable financing, but the added value. When I see how much one of the cultural monument was sold in how many billions, we need to understand that it is going to bring values. At the beginning, it's an investment. We need in our advocacy to see how the kind of investment we need to do as a priority to make sure that it can prevent our conflict, but at the same time, it can help us to scale up some of the issues that bring conflict at the first, to prevent those. So I think, thank you. And the last one that you talk about, peacekeeping. And I think this is very easy in our advocacy because we see ICRC are here in the room. They do training of our peacekeepers on humanitarian law. How my office does also WPS with the military that we send as well. So if we have that angle to build the capacity of our peacekeepers to train and to protect while they are there. We see schools, how many countries. The first time, 1996, I visited Sierra Leone. The first thing I saw was the rebels were occupying school, where people have to be educated. Our boys, is those monuments they will occupy first. And so many other things. How do we make sure our peacekeepers are preserving the cultural heritage, but also other architecture that we have, system that we have in place. So thank you for the big advocacy that element you gave to the organizer and to all of us. So the last speaker, not the least, is one of my young boy that I know for many, many years. It's not just because he's from Gambia. Gambia and Senegal, we are the same. We have the Wolof that unite us, but sometimes we have also conflict among us. So why we have the language? We speak Wolof together, but among Francophone, they are Anglophone. It's a big challenge on what we are discussing right now. The colonizers have divided us as well. But we are one country, Senegambia. Ibrahim, that have pushed us to work on issue of youth, which is in your heart. I know that. But also everything that is dealing with arts. I know you for many years. I'm not going to talk about your credential, but I know that you can do a lot. You will be the next big leader of Gambia, I'm sure. Thank you, Ibrahim. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mama Diop, for those very wonderful comments, but also for steering this conversation forward. I want to start by greeting everybody in the name of the Divine Father, Mother God, and also in the name of our ancestors that have laid the foundation for us to be here and to discuss the most important issues that we're discussing today. The famous Giza Pyramid of Egypt, it is our ancestors that built it. The rock hen churches in Lalibela, same, our ancestors, so we must recognize them. I would like to say that the previous speakers have said everything. I just feel like getting up and going back to the audience. But I think I can be able to throw some few points. The first thing I want to say is that Africa is a continent of extreme wealth and extreme poverty. But the youth the women and our culture would evidently be the tools and the mechanism that we can be able to use in achieving the Africa Agenda 2063, our national development plans, and by extension, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So I would like to make my intervention today in the next 7 minutes by breaking the word culture in an acronym. And it will carry my recommendations and also my perspective. So the word culture, will start with the first letter, which is C. For C is cultural diplomacy and cultural tourism. How can we be able to make sure we package culture as a way of an alternative towards political diplomacy? Because clearly, as you can see, in Africa, political diplomacy has failed. That's why we have over 26 active conflicts, as mentioned by Dr. Hamidou. So how about exploring culture? How can we use culture? How can we engage cultural practitioners, artists, in order to make sure they champion the issues of cultural heritage, cultural restoration, but also cultural heritage promotion? That angle is also missing. And then when it comes to cultural tourism, a lot of tourists that come to Ethiopia and a lot of African countries basically go there for cultural tourism. They're not going there for the sun or for the, they're going there for cultural tourism, food, be it whatever they want to see. And this industry can create employment for young people. See, if fully invested on, and then we support young people to get employment, because all these armed conflicts in Africa, young people are the most active, below the ages of 30, 35. So we'll get them engaged. That will create a new way. And then finally, on issue of cultural diplomacy, the media. How do we package our culture, issues of cultural heritage, and present it to the media to make sure we create awareness, right? That people shouldn't go, destroying our cultural heritage, but also making sure that we create an ecosystem around our cultural artifacts. Second would be unity in diversity. Africa has diverse culture and cultural heritage, but there's a uniqueness in them. And if only we're able to galvanize, you see, all these differences, as Madame Diop said, we can be able to use it as a strong weapon in order to champion a lot of the work we're doing in Africa. That is that on that. And then also, I also want to mention the issue of the need to promote tolerance and also the need to promote understanding within our diversity. Because most of the conflicts in Africa started from lack of tolerance, lack of understanding. Understanding that babies going to primary school have, but sometimes some of our governments cannot be able to show this. And then L is for languages. I know languages have been mentioned a lot, but the focus on language for me is our sacred alphabet, our sacred literature. As I speak to you right now, a lot of them have been stolen, been mentioned by previous speakers. How do we bring them back? We have the strategy. But also, African languages are some of the oldest languages in the world. We have all the Semitic languages here. For example, I'll give an example of Ge'ez. Ge'ez is being studied in Germany and a lot of universities in Western countries. But Ge'ez is not studied in a lot of universities in Ethiopia, even in Africa. And right now we have Kiswahili has been adopted by the African Union as one of the official languages. That is very important cultural preservation right there. And then T is for traditional indigenous knowledges and sciences. Madam Diop mentioned that. But the focus should be on how do we mainstream our traditional indigenous knowledges in the education system, but also in our governance system. Already we have our traditional leaders. How do we build the capacity to make sure they become the frontliners when it comes to preserving our cultural heritage, but also making sure that there's a strong ecosystem for funding. And then U stands for the universal language of music. You see, why do I pick out music? Right now, you play a song here from any country, the atmosphere changes, right? The dynamics changes. We've seen in South Africa, even in the Battle of Adwa, how music played a very important role in talking about issues not normally discussed in public, right? For example, our sister from, where is she from, Burkina Faso, and also our sister from Chad, they could be able to use music and arts. And we've seen this in action because I coordinate a network of artists, activists in 33 African countries. And for 5 years, together with the support of Madame Diop and GMAC, we've been organizing something called Arts for Peace. How do we use arts as a therapy? How do we use art, to talk about the issues that, issues of FGM, for example, right? And then when it comes to R, I want to mention resource mobilization for making sure we preserve our cultural heritage. But she mentioned, Madam Abera, where's the money? How can we make sure it is sustainable? We already know that the African Union has launched the AU Peace Fund. Nothing is stopping us, Madam Diop and our colleagues, for making sure we tap into that fund in terms of cultural preservation and cultural heritage. UNESCO has a funding also, International Fund for Cultural Heritage, but Madam Director, when you check some of the recipients of this funding, few of them come to Africa. Most of them go to Asia, and other countries. So this is an advocacy I want you to push for us, so we can be able to use it to preserve. And then finally, on education, E is for education for peace and education for sustainable development. Most of these cultural heritage sites are located in lands, right? So environmental policy is very important, right? So where we have, huge cultural heritage, we don't have to have active agricultural activities around that area, you see? And then when we are designing our environmental policies and agricultural policies, we need to make sure cultural heritage is included by mainstreaming and making sure it is fine. And then finally, I also want to talk about the issue of capacity building, cultural exchange. What can we learn from our colleagues in Nigeria? What can we learn from our colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic, in Japan and in China? Because it's very, very important that culture is a mindset. That's what we have to know. And we can carry that mindset anywhere we are. If I'm in Geneva today, I can still dress African, speak African, act African, and also make sure that we champion all these issues. So, in conclusion, I want to say that in order to make sure we bring culture, arts, and all these key issues at the forefront, we need to target the young people. When you check this room right now, most of the young people are not even dressing in the African cultural heritage because we've lost it to our Western culture, and then we want to be. And then finally, I want to say, Dr. Hamidou, that the last C you didn't mention is corruption. and I'm mentioning it right now because one of the main reasons why we're looting, taking all these issues, is because of corruption. Corruption is killing the future of Africa. And I want to conclude, Madam Diop, by giving 3 practical examples of what we've done on ground. The oldest monastery in Africa is in the northern part of Ethiopia. It's called the Bredamo Monastery. It's the oldest in Africa, 1,400 years old. During the war, it was bombed 26 times. I was there, collected data, and now we are looking for funding to see how we can restore some of the things that was bombed and some of the things stolen. Second project we have is in Aksum. When you go to Aksum, I mean, everybody here knows Aksum. Aksum is a historical, almost 3,000 years old. Most of the artifacts are being sold to tourists as they come in, right? Right there in cash and everything. So we're trying to build a community museum where we can put all these artifacts in the community and make sure the community takes care of them and create employment for young people. And finally, in Gondar, as you know, Gondar is also a very historical country and place. One of the things we're trying to do is to build a traditional school. Madam Abera didn't mention this, but in Ethiopia, there's a lot of traditional and indigenous schools out of the former system. How do we make sure we support them? Because it is in those schools you see them reading old manuscripts as old as 2,000 years old, and to make sure that at the end of the day, we transfer this knowledge to the next generation. So I would like to stop here, and then to thank Madam Diop for everything and the mentorship. Thank you, Madam.
So this is the youth in action. The 3 examples you just gave, Ibrahim, is not just about talks, but it's about doing. And I think this is what we need to see. Good policy, but good action by everybody, our member states, as African Union, but also the people of the continent, civil society, women's group, and youth group. I think we're going to open the floor. But just, Ibrahim, this issue of cultural diplomacy and cultural tourism, I think is very important as one of the vehicle and tool. When I see we were talking with Peter about the chebujen, yeah, our jollof rice, which UNESCO have just adopted as part of the, our traditional cooking, but also well recognized all over the world. I think it's injera, the same thing. You go to Washington, you will find it. How do you promote that? People will just come because they want to test it. They want to see it. The other idea that cultural tourism, I was the other day, another example. This is a great example. We need to understand and see how do we adapt them. Because the issue is not about policy only. It's not about, the programs, but it's about solution and action on the ground. I was invited by the First Lady of Turkey, and she gave me a book. And the book is about all our proverbs in Africa. It's like this. Every country have proverbs that talk about our own culture and our peace, how we interact. In French, we call the cousinage à plaisanterie. I don't know how you talk about it, in English. Cousinage à plaisanterie, which means that, in my village, you have the Job and the Njai. That is our names. And our ancestors were living together for a long, long time. But now we found conflict coming between the Njai and the Job. So what we do is those relationships what we had before, when I meet another lady, which is a Njai, I will say, you remember when our ancestors were doing X, Y, Z. So it's really something that is very unique, maybe in Africa, some part of Africa, but I'm sure that in any country, you will find this kind of knowledge that our ancestors were using to be the coexistent, peaceful coexistent, making sure that that cohesion among the population, we have ourselves to document it. Why it is somebody outside to do that. Let's make sure that we document our knowledge, which bring peace and tolerance in our community. So we're going to open the floor. This is a fantastic. I want you to give a round of applause because it was great. The diversity that you have seen, and I think we are majority here as women, and I think the three of us, and we have made it. And the young people, so it's very inclusive. So let's open the floor for questions, but in action also. Because I think at the end of the day, what OXFAM wants and also the Tana Forum is solutions as well. Please, thank you. Open the floor for questions. Comment, questions? I see there at the back. Introduce yourself and ask your question or your comment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Diop. My name is John Odor Akoy. I come from South Sudan. I'm the board chair of Anataban Arts Initiative. I don't know if you have heard of that initiative in South Sudan, which was founded in 2016 as an initiative for art to push for peace and some social justices in South Sudan. Mine is not a question, and mine is just a contribution to some of the recommendations that were made by some of my artistic colleagues since morning. We've been speaking since morning of protection and the promotion of cultural and heritage properties during conflicts in Africa. But there's one aspect I wanted us to understand in a clear view, is that at some point in time, the artists themselves, in most cases, they play a crucial role in ensuring that some of these traditions are passed to the generations after that. As I speak right now, back in South Sudan, Anataban Arts Initiative introduced a program in schools called Hagana Schools Program, where already established artists tend to use their valuable time and their talent to ensure that their colleagues in the primary and the secondary education get to understand what traditions help us in our ways of lives. And this was one of the ways that we were able to promote the culture of peace and understanding among our people in South Sudan. But we've realized that in most of fragile states, particularly in South Sudan where I come from, artists tend to be targeted for what they do. And as my sister was speaking earlier on some of the legal frameworks that we have that protect some of these cultural practices, I have not seen anywhere, either in the African region, at the regional level or at the international level, where artists specifically have some laws that tend to protect them specifically, such that they don't necessarily get targeted for what they do. I know they've been put in the wider laws of human rights because they have been considered as human rights defenders. I myself am a human rights defender, actually. But artists in most fragile states need some sort of protection, some recommendation. At the Tana forums later in the year, when these discussions will be ongoing, at least the African states need to start advising themselves and ensuring that they take in some recommendations where they can be able to protect and promote their own local artists in the states, because these are still the backbones of ensuring that our traditions are carried forward after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well noted in our conclusion, protection of artists as like the human rights defenders at local level, not well taken. Yes, I see hand there. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwoman. My name is Tarafa. I'm a historian and heritage practitioner. My question goes to Mr. Ibrahim, that he came with an eyewitness from the war-torn areas in north part of Ethiopia. So my question is, as Lalibela and Aksum is World Heritage Sites, how would you evaluate the intervention of UNESCO and African Union too? This is a land of human cradle. That part of Ethiopia is not only for Ethiopia, it is a manifestation of the 1,000-year civilization of the black entire people. So how could the African Union and UNESCO itself, did it give much attention? And also there is a representative from UNESCO too. So how the UNESCO and African Union is considering this serious disaster and destruction in Lalibela and Aksum? Because Mr. Ibrahim is an eyewitness. He came with a very striking factors what had happened in north part of Ethiopia, and the problem is still there. So how could this intervention is evaluated? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a hand here.
Thank you very much, Excellency. My name is Bashir Batal. I'm from the permanent mission of the Kingdom of Morocco to AU and UNECA. My intervention will focus especially on how can we adhere to the global pertinent initiatives regarding cultural and heritage protection. We have the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict Zone, which is an initiative of France and the United Arab Emirates, in which my country is very actively contributing. So this initiative, since 2018, it has elaborated more than 150 projects in war conflict zones like Afghanistan, Iraq, Mali, and Yemen. So I think that the question here is it goes like in two directions. First, we need to see like how can we adhere to such initiatives and not create duplications. First. Second, we should focus on prevention. We cannot wait like until destructions happens in Timbuktu or in other place and then we call for action. We should be proactive. because attacks on cultural heritage, their particularity is that it's an attack on identity, and they are assaults that are creating wounds that can never heal. That's really the issue. So I call for adhering to such initiatives, and also to include the aspect of development, because if we like, our continent is very rich, our history is very rich. We should take advantage of that. We should turn our historic sites into touristic sites. Promote development. This is how are we going to prevent conflicts. This is how we are going to prevent poverty. So these are really the main points of my intervention, and I would like to thank you for all for your very insightful presentations. It was very interesting, and thank you again.
Merci beaucoup le Maroc. Je vois pas d'autres interventions. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres qui veulent prendre? Yeah, we have Dr. Nous avons Dr. Jama qui est en ligne. Dr. Jama, vous voulez intervenir? Vous nous entendez?
I'm not sure if I am allowed. Yes, I think now I am unmuted.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Jama Musa Jama, and I'm the director of the Hargeisa Cultural Center in Somaliland. But now I'm connected from London, where I just landed, and I was following this wonderful couple of sessions. So I thank for the organizers. Mine is a comment followed by a question, and it's related about the return of looted heritage of Africa coming back to home. And I was advocate for this mission that we have to bring back all looted heritage elements, mainly in the colonial period and also before that. But what put me in a difficult situation recently is, for example, what happened in Ethiopia, in Mekelle, where some of probably immediately returned objects that might have been damaged. And I'm taking Ethiopia as an example, but it's every place that is in a fragile society where a damage can come. So my question is, we Africans, we are fighting to bring back these objectives home, and we sometimes fail to protect it. So I'm asking if the case to find, whether it's the capacity building, as it has been mentioned, or an alternative way to make sure that things that are returning home are be prepared to be received by the institutions, by the government, and most importantly, by our society. So I would love to hear comments on this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jama from Somaliland, and for being connected, even that you are traveling. Thank you for your question. If there is no, yes, we have the last, not but the least.
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Deng. I work with OXFAM. I wanted to press the panelists a bit more on the question of the legal frameworks that Africa should have. I took good notes from Yanit's intervention, commenting that even the Charter on Cultural Renaissance doesn't have elements on protection in it. And that charter, dates from 2006 and still has not entered into force. And I know that Ibrahim, raises it repeatedly, but this long after it was written and it still hasn't entered into force, I mean, is it worth pushing that charter Is there anything in it that you know is still valuable? Is there any way to revive it among member states? Or if not, should we be thinking about some new legal document that we're starting from fresh?
Thank you. That was the last question, I think. So we will have some comments from the Peter.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Okay, thanks. So that definitely the panelists have done a great job to highlight these issues. But one of the things, if I also link to what came up in the morning, is that we are really dealing with also at the background a battle of narratives, whose story has been told over the centuries. And my sense is that the general trend has been that certain cultures, particularly those in this continent especially, are inferior and others are superior. That's the dominant thing that is there. And this is something we're coming against all the time. And it's being reinforced, of course, with globalization now. It's being reinforced through education systems. It's being reinforced through socialization systems, through different faiths and all that. And this is making it very difficult to actually see the sense. And I think that if we don't unlock ways through which we change this narrative, and in my view, I think as you're saying, Ibrahim, starting especially with the young people, I think we are going to lose the battle because we're coming against even more sophisticated forces, even though we see opportunities there. So I think that what we might need is we need to think through, and I think the panel could help us, how do we find ways through which we can more deliberately invest in efforts that mainstream culture and heritage into the mainstream of economic planning? Because there has to be a value in it, because people tend to respond more to where there's value. I think we need to find ways through which that can be highlighted. If there's need for studies or things like that, that could be one. I know, for example, that again in places like Spain and other places, there are programs, for example, on cultural economics. These are programs, degree programs of that level. I don't think that much is being invested in that in our continent. There are very few of our countries, for example, who even have PhD programs on some of these issues, let alone any other issue. So we are poor as countries, but I think that there's a lot that can be done. A lot of the studies and big studies or PhD programs that are there are actually still coming from the cultures that have been known to be superior. And sometimes the one who pays calls the tune. So we need to find ways through which we can change this and see where there's going to be more investment in platforms of socializing and conscientizing African people, especially the young, as I said. And I think that we need to look at this within the framework of cultural racism. I don't know, and I know that in some organizations, including my own organization, there are actually discussions now about, developing more racial justice programs. Things that deliberately discuss how these issues have had impact across generations and continue to perpetuate the inequalities that we see every day. Maybe within the framework of, I don't know, the relevant departments within the AU, the directors that are more responsible for education, to find ways through which we can have guidelines or instruments that actually locate these issues within, for example, the national education curriculum, the national socialization mechanisms, and see whether that can also be followed with actual resources, and not rely on externalizing it, because I think that's where we have the challenge as well.
Yeah, I think that is one of the key elements at the end of the day. It should be even, as we say, the chapeau of what we are discussing today. So thank you for that, reminding us that we need to change the narrative in order to change the mindset also of the people. So I think at this juncture, I just wanted to maybe start with you, Ibrahim. You have been in the field here in Ethiopia. Somebody have raised the issue, what you have seen, but I'm sure that UNESCO will also respond to that because they were directly asking. So if you can start with that question, I think each one of us, instead of have a question that we can respond to. Ibrahim, your colleague has a comment. It was just a comment to say how do we protect. You might allude to that as well.
Thank you very much, Mama Diop. So I just want to start by saying that protecting artists is very important. We've seen a lot of harassment, a lot of harassed also across Africa. So what we're trying to launch in our organization, the African Artist Peace Initiative, is launching a program called Protect the Artist Initiative, where we want to make sure the artists themselves at the national level protect themselves through their National Artists Music Union and other unions that exist at the national level. So that is that. And then on the issue of views from the front line and on ground, I would like to say that my 7 months experience in Tigray was was very traumatizing. 7 months, no food, no water, no electricity, seeing a lot of death. But one thing that struck me was most of these cultural heritage sites were being used as a place for defense, you see? They were shooting from there, for example, the mosques in Nagashi, yeah, and also all these places. So they would go and hide in the monasteries, hide in the mosques, and then of course, they will attack it. That's the reason why there been a lot of attacks. And then in Lalibela, for some time now, if you realize when you go to Lalibela, the churches have a tent that was there, sponsored by the French government, unfortunately. That is the only rock church in Africa. But so currently, the community wants the tent to be out so that the rock churches have natural sun, and then they can be able to preserve it. So last month, I was in Lalibela, and then we've finally launched something called the Lalibela Foundation. And then this foundation is now going to work with UNESCO and the government of Ethiopia to see how we can be able to employ local indigenous knowledge in preserving the place. Because the tent alone costs millions of dollars, you see? And then finally, on the cultural policy, I want to say the African Charter on Cultural Renaissance, Ambassador mentioned it, and then the charter, as the commissioner mentioned, we're in Accra, Madam Diop, for the only meeting that the African Union organized this year, last year on culture. So during that meeting, a lot of artists and cultural practitioners were actually disappointed that due to Corona, nothing happened compared to other years. And then the issue of culture requires manifestation. That charter, what the commissioner did not mention, is only 14 countries out of 55 African countries have ratified that charter. That's the reason why it cannot come into entry. And then it's so sad that Africa, the only thing we have is culture. So 55, only 14 countries, Madam Diop, you have to help us with that also.
Yeah. Yes, Ibrahim, for your advocacy. It's go direct to my sister, just on the terms of what Elizabeth said on the legal framework, to be more precise on this. Thank you.
On the legal framework, since the adoption of the 1954 Convention, there has been progressive developments. Progressive developments in the context, for instance, when the 1954 Convention was adopted, you don't have the concept of terrorist or the concept of non-international armed conflict the way we see it today. And this was taken up in the additional protocols, meaning Protocol 1 and 2. And coming back to the point that he was raising, civilian objects, meaning including cultural properties, was not taken up in the 1954 convention. But the fact that not using, in the context of an armed conflict, the prohibition of not using cultural properties as a broader concept, including as a broader concept of civilian objects, was included in the additional Protocol 1 and 2. So once you start using cultural property, it becomes, as civilian objects, it would become part of the conflict. So those prohibitions are integrated in the additional Protocol 1 and 2. So those should be something that has to be complied with in any armed conflict situation, and it was taken up. If I responded correctly to my colleague who asked that question, so that's taken up in the context of additional protocol 1 and 2. And in terms of the legal instrument at the African level, as I mentioned earlier, we have enough legal instruments at the international level, meaning the 1954 Convention, the additional protocol 1 and 2, and we can even base our argument in the IHL, broader IHL instruments, international humanitarian law instruments. But the missing part, the way I look at it, the missing part is the new progressive developments, which I was talking about a few minutes ago, like the NIAC, the concept of non-international armed conflict, and like conflicts in the context of cities and terrorist groups, and the conflicts that we see today were not envisaged when those conventions were negotiated. So at the African level, one thing which we can advocate for is, one, for the ratification of those conventions and protocols with the financing, one, and the additional instrument which could complement what's missing at the international level based on our own experience. And there are a lot of experience in different parts of the continent, and we can use them to draft new instruments which can complement the existing gaps.
Yeah, maybe you can also address what our colleague from Morocco have also mentioned. I think is very much linked. There is existing platform that some of our member states, African Union member states, are included. I'm sure UNESCO, and which are restoring those, like in Mali and other places. How do we engage member states, African Union, engage instead of duplicating but using such a platform? Maybe you know about it.
I'm a bit familiar with it. I mean, there are certain issues which are missing in terms of protection of cultural heritage and properties at the African level. Like in terms of doing an inventory, do we have a series of inventories of what we have at the African level? My colleague from UNESCO, she can complement me, but I'm not sure even at the UNESCO level if we have a good inventory of what we have in different parts of Africa. Unless you register them at the two registrars, you don't have any inventory. We don't have any knowledge of it. So that platform could be used to do a serious inventory of what we have. The other is to build institutional capacity. We don't have any mechanism to build institutional capacity, like meaning we have cultural ministries or authorities in different parts of in different parts of the continent, but they're not quite informed in terms of this specific issue. So that could be used. And the other issue is the role of regional economic communities or RECs. What could they play? So, and how can we link this existing framework with the RECs and to the broader African Union? And how could we also link it to the ECOSOC, if I'm not mistaken, with the ECOSOC, so that there would be some sort of a reporting or thematic discussion within the AU ECOSOC on this issue? Or how can we establish a thematic mandate, as I was mentioning earlier? There are different issues which we can look at and integrate it with the existing mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now let me just turn to my brother. There are many questions in the audience since morning that talk about, the coming conflict that you mentioned. From the food insecurity and others, and you brought some of the solutions as well. Maybe you can give us some kind of recommendation that we can take to the Tana Forum, but to the African Union, to make sure that we link this food, because it's not usual that we talk about the coming conflict, which is silencing the gun, link it to the food insecurity, but also to the what you have just discussed, the linkages with our cultural heritage and the culture of peace. Everything that you put in one box to say that they are interlinked. And if we don't pay attention in this ecosystem that we talk about, we will not have the peace that we want in our development. So please.
Thank you. Again, it's a very complex question, but we try and see how we can pick it out. We always look at disasters as negative. We need to start looking at disasters as opportunities. Look at what the good is in these disasters and how can you now bring out something that you have been saying all along. My brother here from Morocco was saying, we have got examples here and there. Why do we have to wait? Why do policy makers not make up their decision? Because we have early warning systems. I can tell you right now where there's going to be a drought next year and where there's going to be a flood. The community, when it's going to hit, how many people are going to be hit, how many, But it is taking action now to prevent that or to mitigate for that, which is very important. And I see this across the board here, even with culture and heritage. So let me ask a question. If you have these early warning systems that can tell you, and we can see, we can experience, you need to know how to package it. You need to know how to package it for the money people, those people who have got the resources to put the money towards you and not something else. And you can target the international financial institutions. I was asking the question the other day. World Bank, IMF, Africa Development Bank, how much are they putting? Countries can go there and they can get loans, they can get grants, right? But how much of that is going to go to building an airport, building a stadium, building as opposed to investing into cultural heritage, which is an important and unique thing that we have in Africa. How much of that is going to go towards food security, which I've just made a case now. We need to make that, package that information, I think, adequately, and then to sell it. And we need to give the policymakers the information in a way in which they can understand it. And it's always linked to economics, always linked to money. If you invest $1 in school feeding, in a homegrown school feeding, a meal in a school, it's going to give you $10 at the end of the day for that child, being educated, getting vaccination, being a productive member of society in the future. So I think really having to package it now is where we need to really see how we can make the case. Last but not the least, I think, the tremendous potential in Africa, not just from our cultural heritage. Culture doesn't just mean musics and artifacts. It means food. It means languages. It means arts. It's a whole, and we cannot afford, to also look at our youth looking at other cultures because they see theirs as not being something which they can take pride in. How many kids do you say to today, go to the farm? Oh no, farming is for old people. I don't want to go and take a hoe and stay and that's exactly what they say. But if you tell the youth today, and there are many youth in Africa, by the way, if you can have the price of maize in the market here and a connection between the market price here and the market there, there's a link, you can get the information and put it on your iPad, blah, 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 boom, he's there tomorrow. So we need to look at these kind of things, and we will never, ever go wrong if we include women, we include youth. Yeah. That's what we have got in Africa, and we have an abundance of it. We need to take that forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think Ibrahim and the women in the room, we need to go back to the farm, to the land. For those of you, I was just talking to my sister there when we were having lunch, that we need to go and own our land ourselves before other people grab them. So please, we will do that, I'm sure, Letty. The last, not the least, UNESCO. There was a good question on return of looted heritage. How do we bring them back? It was raised by Dr. Jama, who is still on the line, but also bring your perspective on with your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for this very, very rich question. This is the first time for Tana Forum or even a part of the Tana Forum side events and so on to look at the culture and the heritage. That means culture and heritage has not really been taken seriously, but now it is a topic where everyone is interested. So I am very happy. Just to say that legal framework as well as mindset of the people will protect and then will bring back the cultural heritage, I do believe. So it's not just a legal framework and its implementation, but for prevention, like our Moroccan colleague said, it's very important for people to know. In number of conflict situations, we have evidence that the communities and people prevented the museums, prevented the place. The most recent example is in Lalibela, where the church and the people protected. We have been monitoring the satellite picture every week since August, and it was every week. And it has been an amazing effort that the Lalibela and the community are protecting. So we have to tell the rest of the world, come and visit the Lalibela. It's very safe and a very interesting, life-changing experiences. Now, another thing about the change of the mindset. 40 years ago, when I went to Italy, I was just astonished. A beautiful mosaic floor, and the tourists were just picking the pieces and putting them in their pocket. Now we don't do that. I think we are much better educated for the protection. But that was the case, not in developing countries, it was in Italy. I have seen similar things in other industrialized countries. So I think we have been successful in making the case that cultural heritage are our common heritage and our common treasure. Just to respond or to talk to Ambassador Yanit, the Director General Yanit, Ethiopia is the champion in World Heritage. The very first World Heritage, 12 sites, were inscribed in 1978. And then 2 of them, do you know which one? Lalibela and Simio Mountains. They were the very first one. And then the third one from Africa, amongst the all 12, is Gore Island from Senegal. So we were occupying 25% of World Heritage sites in 1978. But now we are a fraction of the World Heritage sites. We should have more. And Africa has the potential for both cultural and natural heritage. So again, inscription process is very tiring and cumbersome, yes, but UNESCO has a technical team which has been working with the different countries, and also a number of donors such as Morocco and also European Union have been accompanying these inscription processes. So I feel very, very hopeful. What UNESCO has been doing? We have been doing a lot, but we have not been very visible because this protection and so on is something sometimes we do discreetly. We have been monitoring a lot, and then we have been dialoguing with people. Sometimes we don't make it official on the CNN and BBC because that might have an adverse effect and so on. But so that's why it was very good to hear from the field what is happening. We do verify and then we do act. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I feel very uplifted because I do believe that the cultural heritage does bring togetherness and the peace in the country, in the continent, in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause. We are at the end of the day, but this panel have been wonderful. I have myself learned a lot. Let me just maybe do a small summary of what I have heard from this brilliant panel. And I'm sure that my promise is that what I have heard today starting with Commissioner Bankole, we will both make sure that it goes to Musa Faki Mohammed, but I'm sure also OXFAM, you take it at the highest level, but also within the Tana Forum. So work continues. It's not just a starting for us, but this workshop, this meeting is about action and action. So that's what I've, learning from one another, what have been said. So if I wanted to summarize it in a bit is, changing, and I start with what Peter have said, and changing the narrative, and we need to put it in the narrative that we can sell. in something that's a value, we add value for people to understand, and one of it is the economics of our cultural heritage. And I think the fact that African, even in our conflict, we have been resilient. You might recall that in COVID, people say Africa is finished, we are ruined, we are gone, but we have been resilient. Let's hope that this resilience of our bringing back our cultural heritage in our nations will also add on our resilience. So what I have been hearing is that we need to continue to assess and look at the potential risk that it goes and continue of erosion and destruction of our cultural heritage, and to inform those who protect platforms that exist, UNESCO, AU, etc. Develop policies and the legal at national, at all levels, not just at international, not at Security Council, but revisit them and make sure that we have programs that address those, and building strategic partnership to enhance. And I'm happy to see OXFAM and the institute within the Tana Forum to have this partnership. We need to broaden it and make sure that it's a public, but also all of us be part of it. It has been highlighted that we need to bring the REX. It has been highlighted the role of ECOSOC, but also all the instruments that we need to put in place to make sure that we collect data, we look into the capacity building of our member state, etc., etc. I think the protection and the application at local level, because what is not just having the laws, but how do we make sure that we include them and they are part and parcel of what we do. Awareness raising, including the military actors, it has been said again and again, the issue of, the professor talked about the education, but down at the home, but also in the, at the local level, but also at the schools, not just at the university, the curriculum. I think what you have said, Ibrahim, with your colleague, is protection of the people that are defending these cultural rights and heritage, including the artists as well. And one big thing that we have heard is the linkages between food security, peace, and culture, which you just put in a very great framework. Need to document the indigenous way of storing food, and also to be sustainable and safe, mitigate the loss of indigenous food, address the 3 Cs, etc., recognize as Africa has enough resources. I think Ibrahim have said that we have the land, we are rich, but in the same time we are poor. And that is what OXFAM have been dealing with, that poverty of our population, while we have our, the land, we have water, and we have the sun, we have everything to be rich. So we need to make sure that, with the crisis that we have seen, that we stop our own crisis, silence our guns in Africa, but move into development. I think it's my brother from Morocco who say we need to frame it under a development agenda, and not just isolate it from what we are looking Agenda 2063. Innovative way of financing. And Peter, you talk about remove all these barriers that we have that we see. And everybody talk about those barriers yet this morning. We say that these are our problems, but how do we make sure that together we mobilize to make sure that and the promotion of the culture, and in particular the culture of peace. We talk about diplomacy as a tool. We talk about tourism. It's linked to this economic dimension that you talk about again, Peter. So use our cultural diversity, preserve our language and literature, mainstream culture in our education and governance system, utilize African music as our sacred music. You know, we dance it in New York, we dance it everywhere. And lastly, not least, Senegal is the head of the African Union. We are very proud to lead our continent this year. We will do our best. I just wanted to tell you that our President Macky Sall is making sure that his commitment of the Gore Monument, because we are doing it as our cultural heritage to make sure that people remember our history and say never again the issue of slavery, because we have modern slavery. Don't forget you know, what has happened, the human trafficking going on, and so on. So let's make sure that what Africa has, we need to celebrate it and use those new solutions that we have at the table to change the narrative. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felista Gitonga from OXFAM, Pan-African Program. I really want to thank Madam Diop for the proper facilitation and also for our panelists for that useful conversation. I think we can all agree that today we have made the most of this day and we have had some very fruitful deliberations. So I would like us to thank our panelists, those who are here and those who were there in the morning, with a loud of applause. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank our moderators, Madam Diop, as well as in absentia, Brian Kagoro. I don't know if he's still online. And I think we can still clap for them as well. And of course, I want to thank you all for sitting patiently and also contributing to the conversation. I would like to thank our interpreters for the good work in terms of helping us bridge the communication gap of the language. I also want to thank our team that has enabled us, our IT team that has enabled us to be able to stream this to our audience who are online. I can see now they are around 24. In the morning, we had around, I think, over 50 joining virtually as well. So thank you very much for that. And I also like to thank the hotel for facilitating this, and I'm sure you have observed that the protocols around COVID were very well observed to ensure that we are able to participate, but also are safe and in good health. So I think it's very... Thank you so much, Peter. So I think it's very clear for OXFAM and IPSS that there is so much to be taken forward from this conversation. So in terms of speaking on the next steps, we have been taking note of all the recommendations coming from the floor, as well as recommendations coming from our panelists. And we will document that in an outcome document that will also be tabled as the main Tana high-level forum, and also use that to engage the different departments at the African Union that will be very relevant for this conversation. So I would like to close, but before I do that, one of our artists, Malika, has a video that I think will be what we will close the meeting with. So I think our IT team can put that video on. Thank you very much, and we officially close the meeting. Thank you.
Ouais, c'est la mazo. De façon d'abord. Sur un étalon comme Yenenga, rayonnante, dans les solissements de Gimbi Ouattara, souriante, aujourd'hui est enfant d'hier, versant haut de la Volta, hier. Burkina Faso, terre qui nous rend fiers, ta terre nous porte et ton ciel nous couvre. Ton tam-tam gronde, et de partout on l'écoute. Ton tam-tam gronde. Sur les chantiers du développement, nous y allons. Allons, le temps est lancé, nous y parviendrons. Mis ensemble, nos différences sont une force. Nos différents mis ensemble, les difficultés toutes seules se désamorcent. Nous sommes plusieurs régions, plusieurs ethnies, plusieurs êtres qui se lient. Un seul pas ne traverse pas une route, non, une seule main ne peut se laver. Il faut se lever, ensemble pour nous faire notre route. Sur cette route, nous plaisanterons en parano. Danserons du geka, du warba, du liwaga, du denke denke et au rythme de chez nous. Tout le monde bougera, c'est tout nous et nous rirons comme des enfants. Le drapeau de la patrie plus éclatant. Vivre ensemble, rire ensemble, pour bâtir ensemble. Le façon d'abord. Amis nous amènent, seuls nos cœurs nous mènent. Tous humains, burkinabés, la bonne graine on la sème. C'est même à cela que la foi nous appelle, non? Malades, faible est le corps, uni le peuple est fort. La patrie nous appelle, travaillons. Travaillons à briser entre nous les murs et non à détruire nos murs puisque nous serons à la traîne, à reconstruire ce que nous avons déjà eu de la peine à dresser. L'avenir est tracé. De belles couleurs, il sera lassé. Pour voler haut, il faut prendre de la hauteur. Et au-delà de toute politique, il y a l'appel de nos cœurs. Tu seras du bon bord, quand pour toi ce sera le faso d'abord. Vivre ensemble, rire ensemble, pour bâtir ensemble le faso d'abord. Patrie terre sortie des mains de nos pères, pères auxquels on se réfère, nous, burkinabés, fils et filles de la même terre. Faire mieux à nous s'impose, donner de notre mieux, de tout ce que l'on dispose. Malheur à celui qui ne fait pas mieux que son père. À Sankara j'ai emprunté cette prose. Nous partirons, et oui, nous passerons l'arme à gauche. Nous laisserons le Burkina à nos enfants. Ils devront être fiers, comme nous l'avons été pour nos pères. Demain sera le fils d'aujourd'hui. Alors allons, le pays nous appelle. Et sur la route du développement, je rappelle que il nous faut vivre ensemble, rire ensemble, pour bâtir ensemble. Le faso d'abord. Le faso d'abord.